can all BOPU staff, even board members, can you all stand up so people can just see who's here from the board? But we got I think most of our board members are all here, so thank you. And then our staff, we have a great team at BOPU, and I just wanted to acknowledge them all because I definitely didn't do this by myself. They put all this together, so thank you guys. And then just wanted to let everybody know restrooms are out these doors just to the right. So if you need to use the restroom, there's refreshments in the back. And then just kind of give an overview of things we're going to go over today. So the first one out is Jeff Foreman, and he's going to be talking about lead services. Lead services are a new requirement by EPA that all municipalities across the whole nation are required to address, and it's a big, big task. You're going to see a lot of dollars, but it's a problem that every utility is having to face, and it's going to be a big endeavor on BOPU's part, but we started, and Jeff's going to kind of share a little bit about that. Then next, we'll have Brandon Gephardt, who's our state engineer, and Brandon's here with Chris Brown from the AG's office, and they are the experts on what's going on Colorado River. I mean, they breathe it and speak it each and every day. So I've asked them to come, and I appreciate Brandon's friendship and willingness to come just share and give us an update because there's a lot going on there. Then we're going to talk about water conservation. Noah Dayton is going to do a little on water conservation. Then we're going to have Frank and Bryce Dorr come up and do land water use planning. Just some things that we're looking at for the city. Everybody's aware there's a lot coming into Cheyenne. Just some things we need to be thinking about, things we've talked with city staff of how we kind of lay out and plan for what's happening water sewer needs for the city for the future. Then we were gonna have somebody from DEQ come talk about gray water use. Unfortunately, I don't think that individual made it, correct, Matt? So his name is Dale Lee. We'll give you his contact info. If you have any questions, you can write that down and call him. Then Matt Bulow is our wastewater division manager. He's going to do an overview on wastewater and what we're doing with wastewater and the potential for wastewater to be another possible use for us of handling, additional water needs in the city. And we're going to just explain. So you're going to get a good overview of what we do in our wastewater facilities. And then last, I'm going to kind of just close out with just a little summary of what we went over for the day. Maybe talk a little bit about things we're doing in preparation for possible curtailment if that occurs, or water shortages that we may experience from the Little Snake drainage or the Colorado River Basin. So with that, there isn't a lot of easy answers to the things that we're talking about today, specifically when it comes to water needs, wastewater use. There's just a lot of moving parts right now. I wish I had a crystal ball that just tell me what's going to happen, but you guys can see the things we're looking with: demands, increases in population, businesses here in Cheyenne, and then all the things we're dealing with just this crazy drought right now. I mean, the temperatures that we've just been having, and we're already seeing runoff in the mountains, which usually doesn't happen for a couple more months. So we're going to know a lot more here probably in the next few weeks, but right now we're basically saying we're going to kind of just stick with the maximum 3 days per week watering, but we pretty much stated it in our PR work that we may be watching that, and they may be more restricted here in the next month or two. So time will tell. So with that, we're going to go ahead and get started. Jeff, if you want to come on up, we'll let Jeff start, and then we'll continue to pass the baton. So Jeff is our GIS supervisor, coordinator, and really sharp guy. Any of all of our GIS mapping, Matt or Jeff's in charge of, and he's kind of been our head person on getting this organized for lead service replacement. So with that, let me advance a couple slides. Maybe. It's not working. Just do it there. Okay. Clicker's not working. Keep going. We'll go to you. So here's Jeff. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. How's the sound? Good. Okay. Quick show of hands. Who is familiar with the TV show Shark Tank? All right. For those who aren't familiar, it's a show where entrepreneurs pitch investment opportunities to a panel of investors called sharks. The sharks ask hard questions and decide whether the opportunity is worth the money. Today, you are the sharks. As citizens, leaders, and stakeholders in this community, you hold the investment decision. The pitch goes a little something like this. My name is Jeff Foreman. I'm the GIS supervisor for the Board of Public Utilities, and I have been tasked with coordinating BOPU's response to EPA's lead and copper rule revision and lead and copper rule improvements, federal mandates requiring BOPU to systematically audit every water service line in our system, validate its location, investigate, and determine its material, and replace every lead and galvanized $30 million and $150 million to accomplish this goal. Oops, too far. Before the EPA mandates make sense, you need to understand what we are looking for. There are 4 classifications defined by the EPA. A lead service line is any line made fully or partially of lead. A galvanized requiring replacement GRR line is a galvanized steel line downstream of any line that is or ever was or cannot be proven to have never been lead. These lines absorb lead over time and can re-release lead when disturbances or changes in chemistry occur. Any line we cannot confirm the material of is classified as unknown and treated as lead until its material is confirmed through visual verification, historical records, or statistical validation. Non-lead are lines made of a material other than lead and not classified as GRR. Lead regulations at the federal level go back to 1991. When the original lead and copper rule established the framework we're still operating under today. It established corrosion control and tap sampling with an action level. In 2021, the lead and copper rule revision, LCRR, tightened that framework, introduced mandatory inventories, and the GRR classification. In October 2024, EPA finalized the lead and copper rule improvements, LCRI, which take effect on November 1st, 2027. The rule drives everything going forward. It supersedes most of the LCRR, requires a baseline inventory, drops the action level, and requires every water system to investigate and classify every service line in its distribution system and replace every confirmed lead and GRR line by December 31st, 2037. The LCRI is not a single deadline. It is a sequence of compounding obligations. Let me walk you through them. Ahead of the 2027 initialization, we've developed investigation and replacement plans and have a baseline inventory prepared. More on these in a moment. When the mandate takes effect, mandatory service line replacements begin. Any lead or GRR material from the main to the structure, the entire line must be replaced to count. EPA expects a 10% annual average replacement rate of known lead and GRR lines, with the first review in 2030. As investigation confirms more lines, the annual replacement obligation grows. By the end of 2037, everything must be complete. Every line investigated, inventoried, classified, and every lead and GRR line fully replaced. Cheyenne's water system dates to 1877, one of the oldest distribution systems in Wyoming. Lead components were used sporadically for service connections from the beginning. We have correlated observed lead service line tap permits to 1948, and out of an abundance of caution, have classified areas constructed before 1960 as high risk. Lead was officially banned in 1986, and anything installed after June 19th, 1988 is classified as non-lead. Until 2022, BOPU did not own or maintain service lines beyond the water main connection. We have approximately 28,000 individual service lines in our potable system and little to no historical record of what they are made of. As this diagram shows, BOP now owns and maintains the service line from the water main to the curb stop. The property owner owns everything from the curb stop to the structure or point of service. That ownership boundary is fundamental to understanding both our replacement obligations and legal constraints. The LCRI presumes that any line we can access is under our control and subject to full replacement. AWWA is currently challenging that definition in federal court, arguing that access does not equal control and that control is based on ownership. We agree. Wyoming law does not allow us to compel access to customer-owned infrastructure. So rather than assume authority we don't have, we will make at least 4 documented contact attempts with every affected property owner, giving them the opportunity to coordinate replacement at their own expense. We'll continue that process through ownership changes until the line is classified as non-line. It's also worth noting that Wyoming is the only state that has not assumed EPA primacy, meaning our regulatory accountability, ours and every other water system in the state, runs directly to EPA Region 8. This map shows how we have divided the system into 3 investigation zones, based on what we know and what we don't. The red high-risk pre-1960 area is where we know lead exists. It contains approximately 10,000 lines. Lead service lines have not been physically observed outside of this boundary. Excavations in this area have confirmed lead at a rate of 10% and GRR at a rate of 30%, roughly 4 out of 10 lines. The green area, approximately 5,000 lines, were installed after the 1988 lead ban. The orange to yellow gradient is our residual area. Approximately 13,000 lines where we hypothesize lead is unlikely, but don't know for certain. That uncertainty is the single biggest driver of the cost range you heard at the beginning. So considering the regulations, deadline, and legal constraints, we have developed a 2-pronged compliance strategy beginning with investigation. Our investigation strategy is built around 3 frameworks, 1 for each risk zone. Each zone gets the approach that makes the most sense for what we know about it. Across all 3, customers will be able to self-report their service line material through BOPU's online portal. Every self-report is 1 less pothole we need to dig. The pre-1960 high-risk area is the most labor-intensive, invasive, and costly phase. Physical investigation is required on every line. Our preferred method is combined hydro-excavation at the curb stop, 1 operation, both sides exposed, validated simultaneously. Where site conditions force separate digs, costs double. A confirmed customer self-report eliminates that second excavation entirely. The post-1988 area requires no fieldwork. Hope to resolve through targeted statistical sampling. Statistical sampling still requires physical verification. Randomly selected lines within an area must be confirmed through excavation or validated customer self-report. If sampling reveals lead, the area then requires physical investigation of every line. This would both expand the scope and the cost significantly. BOP's replacement strategy is built around 1 core principle. We replace what we own. The replacement program runs concurrently with our investigation program. As lines are confirmed lead, they move directly into the replacement queue. For every utility side replacement, we will offer property owners the chance to replace their side simultaneously through our coordinated replacement program, saving them excavation costs and disruption. Participation is voluntary. All customer side costs are the property owner's responsibility. BOP will not perform or assume liability for that work. We will prioritize work in 3 tiers. Emergencies first. when we have cut into the street to make a repair on a known or newly discovered lead line, we will replace our side and offer coordination with the property owner. Next, we will prioritize at-risk facilities like daycares, schools, then geographic clusters to maximize efficiency. Now, GRR lines. All GRR lines are on the customer side. We do not have a replacement obligation for those, but they stay in our inventory. We will continue to notify and educate those customers annually because under LCRI, those lines remain on record until the entire line is replaced. This will extend beyond the 2037 deadline, and we're committed to tracking and reporting them to the EPA. Let's talk about what this program could cost and why the range is as wide as it is. Our unit costs are straightforward. Confirming a service line's material through pothole excavation runs approximately $1,000. Under standard conditions, and up to $2,000 where site conditions require a second dig. Utility side replacement is estimated at $10,000 per line. If we were required to absorb customer side replacement, that would double to $20,000. In the best case scenario, investigation confirms lead is isolated primarily to the utility side in the high-risk zone. We expect to complete approximately 1,200 utility side replacements plus investigation costs across 23,000 service lines. Program costs would be capped near $30 million. In the mid case, lead presence is broader across the high-risk zone with some carryover into the residual area. We anticipate replacing 1,200 to 3,500 utility side lines with total costs, including investigation, approaching $75 million. In the worst case, investigation reveals lead well outside the high-risk zone, and utility side replacements exceed 3,500. Should the AWWA ruling compel full private side replacement of GRR, costs easily reach a minimum of $150 million. We don't know which scenario we're in. But investigation is how we find out. We will need funding for investigations, replacements, and the program infrastructure to execute both. We've already budgeted over $800,000 for initial investigations and emergency replacements. Existing staff across O&M, engineering, administration, and water treatment have absorbed LCRI compliance responsibilities alongside their current workloads. We've hired a dedicated full-time employee to coordinate inventory, customer notifications, field investigations, and replacements. We are actively pursuing a no-interest $20 million WSRF loan with 25% principal forgiveness, $5 million forgiven. This is funding appropriated by Congress specifically to support LCRR and LCRI compliance. As you saw, $20 million is not enough. Every drinking water system in Wyoming is impacted by the LCRI, and every one of them can draw from the same federal pool. Congress is also considering repurposing $125 million of the promised LCRR and LCRI funding, with 2026 being the final year of allocations. This leaves state legislative appropriations and six-penny project funding, both requiring political will, neither are guaranteed. Beyond those, a dedicated lead service fee or rate increase is the only remaining lever. Residents absorb these directly, businesses pass them downstream, and the effect reaches Cheyenne's broader economy. The alternative to funding this program is not inaction, it is federal enforcement. Penalties, mandatory compliance orders, and reputational damage to BOPU, Cheyenne, and the state are real consequences. This is not hypothetical. Several water systems nationwide have already encountered this under the LCRR. This is not the path we intend to follow. BOPU is committed to delivering safe, clean drinking water to this community, and this program is a critical part of that commitment. We have a plan. We are already executing. What we need now is the support to see it through. Thank you. At this time, I welcome any of your questions. Yes, sir.
What materials were you proposing to go with? Jeff, repeat the question if you would, so everybody online can hear it.
Got it. So the question is, what materials are we planning to replace the lead or GRR? We won't be replacing GR, but primarily lead on the utility side. Currently, our specifications allow for either copper or HDPE, a plastic type pipe. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Really helpful. Who does this apply to? Is it all municipal water supply? Oh, that's it. Oh, hi. Who do these rules apply to? Is it all municipal water suppliers in the state? So all of the major cities, and what about all the smaller individual districts, privately owned, water supplies?
Okay, so the question is, who does this apply to? Does it apply to everyone in the state, all small towns, large towns, every water system? The answer is this is a federal mandate. The LCRR and LCRI, they apply to all water distribution systems, small and large. That can be RV trailer parks, your distribution system when you go camping, all the way from the small town to the largest town in Cheyenne, any water distribution system.
And South Cheyenne Water and Sewer District, that's all encompassed in the work you're doing?
The question was South Cheyenne Water and Sewer District included in the work? No, it is not, because South Cheyenne is a subsequent system. So any subsequent system has to have their own program. The mandate does say that if that subsequent system does not have their own program, then we are responsible for all subsequent systems. We are aware of that.
Is that included in your budget or not?
The question was, is that included in our budget? Our budget estimates do not include any subsequent systems. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Oh, yes, sir.
I had my service line replaced from the curb stop at the house. And then subsequently, my neighbor's service line was leaking from the main to the curb stop and parts attachments to us right next to each other. So they identified the line that lines the line, and so subsequent place and all of this. So how do we get that information to your GIS to say this line's already been replaced? You don't need to worry.
So the question was, the gentleman had his service line replaced as well as his neighbor. BOPU, I assume, came out and replaced from the curb stop to the main, the lead portion.
You guys.
We did, correct. So the question is, how would a citizen or property owner report that to the BOPU? Currently, you can call the BOPU. We have a lead service line specialist who's handling all of those inventories, but we are developing an online application that we are planning to get out within the next year to the public, begin education and PR so that customers can self-report. Additionally, if a customer like yourself were to initiate replacement on their side and our side was lead, we have 45 days to replace our side.
Contractor identified the lead, did my line, so.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else?
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yep.
Okay, next, I'd like to welcome up Brandon Gephardt. Brandon is our state engineer. I appreciate the ability to call him a good friend, and he's really been helpful to us, both him and Chris Brown that's here with him from the AG's office, of just assisting us in our decisions and things of how we're trying to mitigate and step through all this that's going on with Colorado River. Some of you may or may not know, I have the opportunity of serving on the advisory committee for the Colorado River. It's a great group of individuals across the state, and so I get to meet with these guys a lot, and they are absolutely a wealth of knowledge. We are very, very fortunate to have guys of this caliber being able to represent us at the table on these negotiations. I feel very strongly about that, and I know there's others here in the audience that know them personally as well, and they're doing a great job. So I just want to give them a hand of appreciation for that. And so I'm going to turn it over to Brandon. I've asked Brandon to kind of give an overview of where we're at, because there's a lot going on right now. And it's, the picture isn't getting any prettier with Mother Nature and how she's not helping us out. So, and I think Brandon then's going to go over some of the other things maybe just going on in the state as well, because Colorado River isn't the only thing they have to deal with us being a headwater state. There's a lot of changes and things that they're having to watch and monitor with just the environment, things that are going on. So Brandon, I appreciate your time. I know you're a busy guy, and thanks for coming this morning. So thanks. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Brad, thanks for the kind words. Checks in the mail. Saying those kind words, thank you. Yeah. Also with me, who isn't on the agenda, but Chris Brown is the Wyoming's water attorney with the Attorney General's office. And I just want to introduce him because from my perspective, my opinion, and others as well, I think he is probably the most respected individual that is involved in the Colorado River. This is upper basin and lower basin. He's been involved for 15 years with this. My predecessors, Jeff Bassett, Pat Terrell, have done an amazing job with the negotiations on the Colorado River. Wyoming punches well above its weight because of those folks, these negotiations. So I do appreciate Mr. Bassett, Chris, Pat, who is no longer with us, but we're just continuing on a legacy that was started years ago. So I was asked to speak a little bit on the Colorado River Basin. I also want to describe a little bit about the voluntary conservation program that was just approved through legislature this year. And then, as Brad mentioned, just a couple of other emerging issues that we're keeping an eye on. Colorado River isn't our only fund basin that we get to deal with. So I just want to make some folks aware of potentially some of the other things that are going on. Does this work? Yeah, so I'll first start off with the post 2026 operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead. This is really what we're talking about when we talk about the negotiations on the Colorado River. It's the operation of the two largest reservoirs in the nation, Powell and Mead. Provide a little background before I get into what's currently going on. In 1922, particularly the upper basin states recognized that development in the lower states of Arizona, particularly California and Nevada, was outpacing the water development in the upper basin states. Also in 1922, Wyoming versus Colorado on the Laramie River, the Supreme Court ruled that priority flows across state lines. With that and the concern of the development in the lower basin states, there was a concern that all of the water would be appropriated before the upper basin states could develop. So they began the negotiations of the 1922 compact. The 1922 compact, it's a pretty short, brief document. You could read it in a cup of coffee. There's a lot of vague words and ways to interpret it differently in the compact. But largely what it did is It divided the Colorado River Basin geographically at Lee's Ferry. And the beneficial consumptive use of water, it apportioned 7.5 million acre feet to the upper basin and 7.5 million acre feet of the Colorado mainstream water to the lower basin. It also appropriated 1 million acre foot from the tributaries in the lower basin. Following that, the Mexican treaty, it allocated 1.5 million acre foot of the Colorado River to Mexico. Then in 1948, the upper basin states, again, the 22 compact didn't appropriate water to individual states. So in 1944 or 1948, the upper basin states created a compact that appropriated the water among themselves. Because the 22 Act geographically divided the basin, a portion of Arizona is in the upper basin. So in the 48 compact, the first 50,000 acre foot of beneficial use goes to that portion in Arizona that's actually in the upper basin. I believe they recognized at that time, or they were concerned that there may not be enough water to satisfy the upper basin apportionment every year. So rather than providing a certain amount of water, the negotiators did it on a percentage. They apportioned 51.75% to Colorado, 11.25% to New Mexico, 23% to Utah, and 14% to Wyoming. Within that compact, it also created the Upper Colorado River Commission. That commission is made up of the governor's representatives from the upper division states, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico. And then it is chaired by a federal appointment. So lower basin still has not appropriated their water. In 1964, the Arizona v. California, the decree that resulted from that lawsuit provided the apportionment in the lower basin. It apportioned Arizona 2.8 million acre feet, California 4.4, and Nevada 300,000. So the 1922 not only divided the basins, but it also provided the rights and the obligations to each of the basins. So in the upper basin, the obligation is the 75 and 10. That's our obligation. What that means is Article 3D of the 1922 Compact, and the states of the upper division will not cause the flow at Leaf Ferry to be depleted below an aggregate of 75 million acre foot over any 10-year consecutive period. There was a recognition that 7.5 million acre foot would not flow past Leaf Ferry every year. But the aggregate over the average over 10 years would equal 75 million acre foot over 10. It also describes the obligation to Mexico. Article 3C says that water to satisfy the Mexico obligation shall be supplied first from the waters which are surplus over and above the aggregate of the quantity specified in paragraphs A and B, which is the 16 million acre foot. And if such surplus shall prove insufficient for this purpose, then the burden of such deficiency shall be equally borne by the upper basin and the lower basin. The next bullet I want to point out, I mentioned that the language is vague in the 22 Compact. There are different interpretations between the upper basin and the lower basin. This is a quote that was presented to the Arizona Reconsultation Committee. This shows their perspective of what the 1922 Compact says. They said compliance means flow of the Colorado River at Lee Ferry shall not be below an aggregate of 75 million acre foot over a rolling 10-year period, plus an annual release equal to 1/2 the Mexico Treaty burden. Their view is that every year the upper basin is required to deliver 8.25 million acre feet. That's the 7.5 million, 75 divided by 10, plus half of the 1.5 million acre foot to Mexico, 750. Their perspective is every year the upper basin is required to deliver 8.25 to the lower basin. We disagree with that. So following the 64 decree, Arizona v. California decree, the water that Arizona was apportioned, they didn't have the ability to use it. So they needed federal funding. That resulted in the Colorado River Basin Act 1968. That authorized the construction of the Central Arizona Project. But one thing that did is through the agreement to get the funding for this, they agreed that the Central Arizona Project would be junior to California. Another important thing that the Project Act of 68 did is it directs the Secretary of the Interior to authorize the storage and releases from Lake Powell in order of priority. They're the water master in the lower basin. I won't go through it, but it does describe the priority in which those releases are to be made. And then once those priorities are satisfied, then it tries to, one, balance the content between Lake Powell and Lake Mead, authorizes releases to avoid spills during flood events, among other things. The real problem we're facing is not the compact. It's this. It's hydrology. In 1922, when they first started negotiating it, they thought they had a lot more water than we ended up with. The numbers on the right, the information they had, the average flows at Lee Ferry between 1906 and 1922 was 18 million acre feet. They apportioned in 1922, they apportioned 16 million acre feet. There are comments in the records that they said that we can apportion the rest when we need to. So they felt that there was a lot more water available than there was. Over the 1906 to 2024 period, the average flow has dropped to 14.7. Starting between 1988 and 2024, that average flow at Lee Ferry has dropped to 13 million acre feet. The last, and this is an error, we don't have year 2224 yet, but between 2000 and 2024, that average has dropped to 12.4 million acre feet. And remember, 16 million acre feet is apportioned. More recently, the 6 years before 2024, that average has dropped to 11.8 million acre feet. You add in 2025, which was about 9 million acre feet, that average drops even lower. Some of the conditions that we're looking at this year will likely drop that average even more. So as we're talking about how to operate Lake Powell and Lake Mead and who gets the water, where does that water go? This is the problem. Hydrology. That's the problem I'm trying to solve. So why are we doing these negotiations? Throughout the history of the Colorado River, they have adopted agreements, lawsuits, but it's all been what I just showed you. How do we deal with the worsening hydrology? So in the early 2000s, the situations were still declining. There was a recognition that we needed to do something. So they developed the 2000, what's called the 2007 interim guidelines. That included multiple lower basin agreements and agreed upon shortages when needed. It allowed intentionally created surplus agreements in lower basin, ICS. One of the components of ICS is when they conserve it, they can store it in need and then be able to use it at a later time. That's one example of ICS. More recently, beginning in about 2021, the conditions worsened even more. In 2021, we had to make emergency releases to protect critical elevations in Lake Powell. And so the 2007 interim guidelines were amended. What those amendments were agreements among the lower basin states to take further reductions in the releases from Lake Powell. At about that time, Reclamation made a proclamation that 2 to 4 million acre foot of reductions would be required to balance, to keep the system from collapsing. So through the supplemental EIS process, that created the 2024 supplemental EIS. And like I said, that's where lower basin agreed to additional reductions above what was already in the 07 guidelines. It also allowed Reclamation to reduce releases from previously the lowest they could reduce releases from Powell was 7 million acre foot. It allowed that release to go down to 6 million acre foot to deal with dry hydrology. I said 6, didn't I? 6 million acre feet. At the same time as 2007, minute 323 to the 1944 treaty with Mexico was adopted. Mexico agreed to take further reductions proportionate to what the lower basin would be taking. In 2019, conditions weren't improving. The state came together and developed the Colorado River Basin Drought Contingency Plan that was adopted in 2019. And it included additional lower basin reductions under low reservoir conditions. Remember, this is prior to the 2024 SEIS. It developed a drought response operation agreement. So in the upper basin, we have what we call the upstream initial units. In Wyoming, in Utah, that's Flaming Gorge. Colorado, it's the Aspinall units, and the Navajo unit in New Mexico. It allowed for releases from those upstream initial units to help protect critical elevations in Powell when Powell was declining. It also established a demand managed storage agreement for the upper basin that allows space in the federal facilities for us to store water that if we develop a program for voluntary, compensated, and temporary conservation, we now have a place to store that water in a federal facility. So the post-2026 process is intended to develop successor domestic agreements to the expiration of these agreements. These agreements all expired December 31st of last year. These describe how Powell and Meade are operated. Those are now expired, but in October, that sets the operations for the upcoming year. So this year, the operations for this year were set in October of 2025. And so now we need new agreements before October 1st of 2026 to define how the operations will be made in 2027. And that's really what we're discussing. So the process for doing this is through a NEPA process by the Bureau of Reclamation. The NEPA process started in 2022 with pre-scoping, and then the notice of intent was published in June of 2023. And this kind of shows some of the progress, the process at which it is. One thing you will notice absent in all of this is a 7-state agreement on an alternative. I'll point out a couple of dates. November 11th was a deadline for the basin states to have a framework consensus agreement. At that point, we didn't need all of the details of the agreement, all the contractual things. We just needed a framework of how the system should be operated. We failed to get consensus at that point. However, we were talking about a couple of concepts that allowed Reclamation to feel comfortable, so we continued on with negotiations. At that point, we were discussing, we had discussed several concepts, but prior to the November 11th, we were discussing a concept that the operations would be determined by a percentage of whatever the natural flow is. We were unable to run that to ground and come to an agreement on it. Again, it goes back to what the rights and the obligations were. Are we dealing with hydrology? Some perspective was that goes back to, we have an obligation to maintain that leaf-area flow. It felt like, and even still today, the perspectives is that everything we try to explore, the lower basin still believes that they should get what they believe the compact gave them. Under the hydrology we're facing, there simply isn't enough water to give them that. But we continue on. So more recently, or excuse me, after the natural flow concept kind of fizzled out, we started talking about a rule curve concept, that the releases from Lake Powell would be determined based on the elevation in Lake Powell. And when the reservoir elevation drops, so do the releases. We've yet to be able to come to an agreement on that. The Bureau of Reclamation, the Secretary of Interior were involved in all of our conversations, and we started talking about the components that we would need to get to an agreement on. And we started talking about those individually. And it became a point of contention because in my mind, the agreement has to be the entire package. And when you start talking about individual components, it becomes difficult to understand what the gives and gets are. You can give on something if you get something else. And so in order to do that, you need to really talk about the whole thing as a package. So the upper basin took a lot of what we were talking about, the individual components, and developed a framework concept that we presented to the lower basin. This was prior to the next deadline, which is the final deadline for a consensus agreement, which was February 14th. And I say it was a final deadline because it's a final deadline for that consensus agreement to fit into, plug into the alternatives analysis that Reclamation is doing under the NEPA process. And so we've talked about that framework. From my opinion, it wasn't given a fair shake by the lower basin. So we still did not have an agreement by February 14th. We're still talking, we're still at the table, we're still trying to get to an agreement. We all have said, I think we all believe, that a 7-state consensus agreement is better than the alternative. The alternative is either litigation or congressional intervention. The people who understand water management are the best to make these decisions, and that's going to require a 7-state agreement. One of the points I wanted to make from our perspective, what did the compact give Wyoming? In 1922, Wyoming was using about 550,000 acre-foot of Colorado River water. At that time, the compact apportioned an additional 500,000 acre-feet to Wyoming for future development, and Wyoming was promised the right to use this water into perpetuity, free from lower basin intervention. Our development has been limited by what the river provides. Unlike the lower basin, we do not have the 2 largest reservoirs above us. Our only supply is what we're given every year. Under the conditions that we're facing, the hydrologic conditions that we're facing, some in the lower basin are still demanding that I give up everything we got under the compact. They are trying to get 100% or close to 100% of what they believe the compact gave them. Hydrology simply doesn't support that. So where are we with hydrology? And so this, the middle figure is color coded, kind of give you an idea of where the snow is in percentages. The scale that we're looking at, these warmer colors, 0 to 30, 30 to 50%. This is the entire upper Colorado River basin. It is low. Point out that the storage accounts in the upstream initial units, including Lake Powell currently is 25% full. I also want to point out that the scale is a little skewed. This showing Flaming Gorge fairly full. The volume of water in Flaming Gorge compared to the volume of water in Lake Powell. Lake Powell, 23 million acre-foot capacity, 3.6 in Flaming Gorge. It's a small amount of water, but it is one of the tools that we have to help with the hydrology. It is one of the tools that the upper basin has put on the table to help solve the problem. We're solving the hydrologic problem. It's one of the tools we have. Another indication of where we are hydrologically this year. This is a 30-year history of the flow at Lee Ferry. Or excuse me, this is snow water equivalent. This is 30 years of the snow water equivalent. This year, the black line at this point, we're well below the lowest over the previous 30 years. Another thing I want to point out that's making these conversations very difficult is what is happening at Lake Powell. Lake Powell right now is 25% of capacity. Reclamation Secretary of Interior have told us that they are going to protect the power pool elevation. Power, the outlets for that generation are higher in the reservoir than at the bottom. Elevation 3490 is the lowest that they feel that they can go and still be able to deliver water and operate power. One of the issues we're seeing with forecasting is in order to protect that 3490 minimum flow, they want to protect elevation 3500 at a minimum. Originally, the idea was that we're gonna protect elevation 3525 and Lake Powell to give us a buffer. To help us if it does dip down below that, there's still some room that power can still be generated. And the dam can operate safely still. But one of the things we're looking at with the projections. The most probable projection, this is information from the Bureau of Reclamation. The most probable projection of the elevations of Lake Powell into early 2027 have those elevations dipping below that 3,500 threshold. Right now, the volume of this hole, based on these projections from early March, is 1.1 million acre feet. That's how much water either has to be inserted above what they're projecting for the normal hydrology, or releases have to be reduced to make up that hole. We expect that those numbers are only going to increase. We're getting indications that hole go from 1.1 to 1.7 million acre feet. We only have two tools that we can do that: increase the inflow or reduce the outflow out of Lake Powell. Couple other things I want to talk about. So one of the tools that the Upper Basin has is the ability to use the upstream initial units. That is only a small portion of the water needed to either meet the lower basin's demand and to protect Lake Powell. So everything that we're talking about is being exasperated by these conditions. So we are now talking about, how do we just get through this year? How do we get through the next 3 years? So originally, the idea was that we would get a consensus agreement on how to operate the system for a period of 20 to 30 years. Under the conditions we're facing and the place we are in the negotiations, we are pivoting now to how do we operate over the next short term and buy ourselves enough time that we can continue to talk and develop a long-term strategy. We haven't solved it yet. All of the states are still at the table. And we're continuing to talk. All states agree litigation is not the preferred path. So we will continue to talk. That's kind of where we're at with the negotiations. They're difficult. The hydrologic conditions don't make it any easier. But still talking. We're trying to get to an agreement. Like I said, can we even agree on how the system should operate this year? And then can we prolong that into maybe just the next couple? Because the conditions aren't looking better for the next couple of years. And then as long as we can keep it out of litigation and out of Congress' hands, we have a chance to continue to talk, to get to a longer term deal. So that's kind of where we're at on the Colorado River. I'll pause here. I'll take any questions anybody may have at this time before I talk about 2 other topics. Mr. Han.
Brandon, it's really nice that they want to keep the Lake Powell at 35. I forget the exact.
3,500.
Is there any discussion of actually terminating power generation at Lake Powell? I mean, that becomes kind of the long tent in the long pole in the tent, excuse me. If you could release that, you know, if everybody else is giving something, why is that one sort of the fixed obstacle.
Mike, that's a good question. So power generation is subservient to other uses in the Colorado. The problem with Lake Powell, though, is the ability to use the lower bypass tubes for an extended period of time of safety. As everybody knows, if you decrease the head, you lose the ability to push that water out. So you get to a point where you can't release enough water based on the head. But there's also another complexity to that, that reclamation has done studies and testing on the bypass tubes. Structurally, they're concerned that prolonged use under those lower elevations and lower flows, the bypass tubes, which take that water below the power pool, won't sustain it, and it'll risk breaking the dam. One of the main problems with it, right? Reclamation is working on potential engineering fixes for that. They don't have them yet. It's gonna take time and money to do that. But where we sit today, the power tubes are really what we have to work with.
Brad, thanks, for your efforts and, just you for your extraordinary efforts now over many years. I just have a series of questions that are kind of related to each other. Well, who's doing the EIS and what do you really think is gonna come out of that, if anything, that's helpful to any of this? So that's sort of question number one. And I guess, I mean, as I listen to you talk and, hear you say, you know, we need a long-term strategy, but it seems to beg the question of when hydrology changes so dramatically year to year, really what value is a long-term strategy, since now it seems every year you're just kind of trying to figure out what you're gonna do with these increasing shortages and how you're gonna manage them. And the third, or maybe a question for Chris, is what do the lower basin states think they would get out of litigation, which would take 10 years minimum probably, and you still have to have an operating plan all the way through that time period. So I'll start with the first one. Your last one is due for the first one is who is running the EIS and what do we think will come of it? So Rural Reclamation is running the EIS. And they have, in the draft EIS that was published in December, they have four action alternatives and a no action alternative. Some of those alternatives are within existing authorities for reclamation. Some of them have components that are outside of the existing authorities for reclamation. So two things could happen. If we don't get a substate agreement, reclamation will have to decide, are they going to operate the system within their existing authorities right now? Or will they have to go get additional authorities from Congress to manage the system differently? That was one of the concerns I addressed. Congressional interference and would give reclamation of additional authorities is a concern to us. They probably get it wrong. Yes, but really, that's what reclamation is now. They're in a tough spot. Because they only have so many existing authorities that they can operate. You remind me your second. The second question is, long-term strategy. When the hydrology is changing so dramatically year to year. I think the shortest answer to that, search. If you have a plan, even if that plan provides you less water, at least you know about the plan. Right now, we don't have the tool, either in the application or for the most part, to manage that uncertainty. and also to be able to continue to function each of the fans that would help the water go down. So a whole host of other things could occur. One of the things that is being talked about is augmentation, desalination, potential, other water supplies are potential. Those aren't here yet, so we do need certainty. Those types of projects and that type of augmentation can take years, billions of dollars. So that long-term strategy is critical for being able to develop the programs, the projects, and also the funding. You have to have certainty that once you build it, you'll have a need for whatever. Certainty. I just think it's good.
And Larry, I'll try to remember what your last question was, which is,
What about more basin states?
what are they hoping to
I
get?
think litigation would get.
Yeah.
Move over towards.
Sure.
Podium just. And that might make sure that's on, Chris.
It's red. Does that mean it's on? It's on, isn't it?
Good.
Okay. So what do the lower basin states hope to get through litigation? And I'll have to speculate a little bit, but I can tell you what they've said. I mean, it's in the public record. And Brandon went through what they think, and Arizona's out there. Here's what the compact requires. Here's what we think it requires. And so the hope and expectation, and they even in correspondence with the Bureau of Reclamation, say you, Secretary of the Interior, need to exercise authority such that the upper basin is reducing its uses to guarantee this water at Lee Ferry. You need to go do whatever it takes in order to make that happen, which is essentially, from my perspective, from an upper basin perspective, expanding the federal government's authority to come in and regulate water use in the state of Wyoming. And so how do they do that? Well, arguably, from an lower basin perspective, they can come in and take control over other federal facilities in the upper basin. So we've got the 3 upstream initial units, but there's multiple other federal facilities in the upper basin. There's 5 in Wyoming, numerous in Colorado, but you need to go in and take control of those. And you'll find in both the 68 Act, you'll find in the contract, so Mixed Cabin, State Line, Fontenelle, High Savory, all of those contracts require that Reclamation operate those facilities in compliance with the law, in compliance with, and it lists the Colorado River Compact, the 48 Compact, these things. And so that's one of the arguments, is make sure Reclamation is operating in conformance with their view of what the law requires. So that's kind of the legal end. Have the court say the compact means it's an unqualified obligation to supply this water. Upper basin has to do whatever it takes to supply that water. Doesn't matter what it is, they have to go do it. And so you could get a court injunction that says, and we've seen this in other places, you, state of Wyoming, must go do this in order to supply this water. You got to reduce your use. Doesn't matter if it's pre-compact, post-compact, the argument will go. You need to go reduce your use. And I would suspect, and this is more speculation, that as that process goes on, the political pressure is going to come along with it to try to enhance federal authority in the upper basin, to force the upper basin states to feed the economic engine that is the lower basin. That's what I think they hope to get. I think they probably, in quiet rooms, expect to get something in the middle, but more than what the upper basin has been willing to put on the table. Because as we stand, and Brandon showed the one slide, we've developed 30% of what we think we've got under the compact. We think we've got cards on the table. We think we've been limited. We continue to be limited. This year, we're going to be extremely limited, regulating many of our water uses back to the 1880s. That's part of what we believe we have on the table. We weren't able to take advantage of the 2 largest reservoirs in the country in order to foster and develop these huge economic uses like the lower basin has. That's a product of, we're living within what we had. We shouldn't be penalized additionally by not being able to develop like they did for a $4.5 billion Central Arizona project canal, or the All-American Canal or Lake Mead. And so that's how our argument goes. But they hope to say, it's an unqualified obligation. You must go do X to supply what you owe us. You owe us no matter what.
And I just want to make the point, Chris is exactly right, but we recognize that we have obligations. We disagree on what those obligations are right now. But the Upper Basin, we have offered to be part of the solution. We continue to offer to be part of the solution. Some of the ways we think about that, Chris mentioned, we don't get to use our water every year depending on hydrology. Hydrologic shortages are real every year. Our consumptive use goes up and down. It's based completely on hydrology. So we have that dynamic. In our proposals to the process, the Upper Division states, we have offered to establish and work to establish conservation and contribution programs to provide extra water to Lake Powell and eventually to the lower basin. I'll talk about one of the efforts that we just are still working on in Wyoming. But we've offered to develop an upper basin contribution program. We don't have one currently. It's a continuation of the 2019 command managed work. We continue to work on that. The other thing is we have a different perspective on what those upstream initial units, Flaming Gorge, Aspinall, Navajo, we have a different perspective on what that water should be used. But because of the hydrology, we are offering to be able to use that water at a time when we don't think we're obligated to use it, but it's needed because of the hydrology. So we are offering things to be part of the solution. Any other questions or comments? Okay, just a couple of other topics I'll touch on real quickly. Some of the other things going on in relation to the negotiations. We're trying to get a better understanding of what our water use is, how it flows through our state, and how it flows through the entire Colorado River Basin. My office and our partners with UCRC, we currently have invested about $15 million of state federal funding for ongoing studies and programs. Like I said, we're trying to better understand our water use, the conveyance of that water, and the ability to track and account for that movement of water. Figure out where it's going, how much is getting there. We've also implemented a program to install diversion measurement. We estimate in our portion of the Colorado River Basin that we have about 2,000 diversions that are unmetered right now. So working with the UCRC and some of the federal funding, we're offering a program to help those individuals that divert from our tributaries of the Green to install measurement devices to not only help them, but to be able to help us and the entire basin. We continue to try to build flexible tools to help our water users mitigate the impacts of drought. One of the things that I can see value of sub-state agreement is federal funding. We believe that the lower basin is going to need significant amounts of federal funding. Augmentation. If they're going to build additional supply, they need a lot of federal funding. We do too. We're part of the basin. Our folks suffer drought as well. So one of the things that I would like to be able to do is leverage that agreement to potentially help us get federal funding for all of the states. And in our state, I think that that'd be a valuable tool to help our folks mitigate the impacts of drought and also contribute to the solution. Another major thing that my office is working on and Chris's office is working on is trying to get additional storage in Fontenelle. The state currently has 120,000 acre foot contracted to be able to use storage in Fontenelle. We continue to work with Reclamation to try to secure some more of the storage in Fontenelle to help our water users and help us be flexible and exchange water when needed. We've heard a lot of concern from our folks in the basin about irrigated ag. Irrigated ag is flowing through. They have the senior water rights. That's where people are going to turn. We hear a lot of concern, and it's real, but we want to avoid permanent buy and dry. And so how do we do that? So we continue to develop tools. Some of the existing tools that we have take a long time, maybe they're not the right fit. So one of the things that we did through the interim is we proposed a topic to our legislature to develop a pilot program, a voluntary conservation program in our portion of the Colorado River Basin. We believe that this could help us create a flexible tool to avoid those things that I just talked about, the permanent buy and dry, provide security for our water users, for our junior water users, potentially to make agreements for somebody to conserve water, that then they could use it when they need it. Really, the idea is to allow that flexible exchange of the water that is available without permanent buy and dry. Our junior users are largely municipalities and industry, and they need the water to keep continuing meet their demands. So their target then would be the senior rights, who are largely agriculture. So we want to be able to allow them to make agreements rather than to have to go buy a ranch, strip the water rights. Our primary goals of us bringing this interim topic to the legislature was to help avoid mandatory and uncompensated water use reductions, whether by court order or curtailment under the compact. The program provides a tool for Wyoming to be part of a compromise to allow us to be part of that upper basin program if one is developed. And it also helps with the lower basin understanding that we are part of the solution. If we are required to make mandatory reductions, as I mentioned, it will under mandatory reductions, even though you have a senior water right, and in the Green River Basin and the Little Snake River Basin, a lot of those irrigators rely on what is called seconds and free river. That is above the 1/70 that they're allotted for their water right. But they make their living off of those seconds and the free river. Under a mandatory curtailment, those are likely some of the first ones to be shut off. Free river will be the first one to shut off if we go into regulation. Get down into 1986, 1945, and your seconds shut off. And so even the senior users risk being reduced, or their water rights risk being reduced under mandatory reductions. So we developed this concept. We worked with the Joint Ag Committee and Select Water Committee through the interim. The legislature passed a conservation bill. It was signed into law early in March. And we are currently working on rules. We're hiring some folks to help implement the program. We're providing some notices to make people aware of the program and just trying to develop it. I don't have a time frame for when the program will be up and operational, but we're working on it. Really appreciate the legislature And doing that, this is the first of its kind thing in Wyoming. We had a lot of support from our legislature, and I really appreciate that. It made the whole thing a lot easier, and I think it really takes a burden off our senior users. The only other thing I was going to mention was just a couple of emerging topics, if you will. Like I said, we're not only having fun in the Colorado River, nothing like a good drought to make everybody aware of water. Some of the things that we're watching, our portion of the Bear River. So the Bear River Compact is between Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho. You've probably heard in Utah, the declining levels of the Great Salt Lake. There is a lot of interest in creating additional supply to the Great Salt Lake. So we're monitoring all of that to make sure that that doesn't have ripple effect upstream to our water and our water use. Similar thing going on in Nebraska v. Colorado, the Perkins Canal. Under I believe it's a 1950 compact, South Platte compact, but Nebraska was given the ability to construct a canal that originates in Colorado to use South Platte water in the south central portion of Nebraska. Right now, it doesn't seem that impacts us. One of the things that we're watching though is through the Platte River Recovery and Implementation Program. That program needs water for the fish and birds. And we're watching to make sure that this disagreement over the Perkins Canal doesn't have an impact. Try to get more water through likely to be through the Platte River Recovery Program to deliver more water into Nebraska. So we're monitoring that. In the North Platte also, we've got allocation this year. It's likely to be in place all year. Bouncing around the corner to the northern portion of the state, the Yellowstone River Compact. Conditions aren't good up there either. We're monitoring those conditions and getting ready in case Montana makes a call to fill Thumb River Reservoir. And then on the northwest portion of our state, we've got a couple of things going on with the Snake River. We're working with Idaho and the Bureau of Reclamation to, much like the Colorado River, we have Jackson Lake and Palisades Lake in the northwest portion of our state. We're contemplating adjusting the rules that operate, that define how those two reservoirs are operated. There's a lot of concern for the releases from Jackson Lake downstream through Jackson, environmental flows, fish flows, recreational flows. So when we get into the drought situations, can be change the operation. So we're trying to satisfy all, tweak those operations as well. Another thing I'll point out in that area is we're working with the National Forest Service and the National Park Service to quantify some wild and scenic rivers. I believe we have a public meeting later this month in Jackson to try to start the process. We've got the permits already from the Forest Service or from Forest Service to quantify those wild and scenic rivers. So there is a lot going on. That's just a small sampling, but I just wanted to identify some of the other potentially emerging issues, some of the other things going on around the basin. But want to indicate that the only thing we do is Colorado River. I think I'm done. Happy to answer any questions that I have. Otherwise, I'll turn it over back to Brad. Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, Chris. I'm gonna have Noah Dayton come up, and he's our water resource specialist, and he's gonna give a little quick overview of just some conservation things that we're looking at, and then we'll take a break. So you're close to being able to get some refreshment, use the restroom if you need it. So Noah, take it away.
Cool. Thanks, Brad. Sounds like this thing's working. But yeah, I'm gonna do a quick kind of high-level overview of our water conservation efforts right now. I think we got to play a little bit of time catch up. So I'm happy to answer questions throughout the rest of the meeting too. I'll be around. But yeah, thanks everyone for being here. My name's Noah Dayton. I'm the water resource specialist here at BOPU. So as part of my job, I focus on all things water conservation. So to start, I will go over our current programs, and I've got them broken up into active programs and passive programs. So active programs, these are ones where we're more getting involved in the community, getting that more face-to-face interaction with different customers. So I'll go over these in a second, but we have the Our Water program, our leak detection program, and then our Cheyenne Landscapes program. Then our passive programs, these are things kind of built into our system that naturally conserve water. So to quickly just go over these, we have the watering schedule, which just starting yesterday, now everyone can water 3 days a week, and that goes till November 1st. There are a few more restrictions within that, no watering between 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And any questions people have about that, we are happy to answer. Like, definitely give us a call. We can help you figure out how to water your lawn best. Tiered rates. I know rates can be a sensitive issue, but just having tiered rates as our system discourages overconsumption of water. So as consumption keeps going up, so do people's bills. So that really restricts people from just using as much water as they'd like. 5/8 inch meters. These are ones that we're starting to encourage for new development. This just restricts a little bit how much water can get to the new property. And that also reduces standard 3/4 inch meters that we normally do. Water reuse. Matt Bulow is going to go over this quite a bit later, but that is just something we've had in our system for quite a while, and that allows us to use wastewater as a resource. So basically water recycling. And then the UDC landscape code, I see Aaron here who's helped that. We are, I think, pretty close to having that newly developed, and that'll also help with new developments, restricting the amount of just rampant turf grass that we see when new properties are made here. And then I'll talk briefly about the importance of conservation. Yeah, I see this image and I definitely have a lot of alarm bells going off in my head. This is the state of the snowpack just a couple days ago. This year, it's really looking like the Colorado River's going to be taking quite a beating. And I mean, yeah, Brandon went over it pretty well. But yeah, our system is definitely susceptible, makes it so that we can't fill our reservoirs all the way sometimes. Especially in our local basins, it's been really rough, but definitely puts a strain on our system, makes it harder to guarantee, it's in a way unlimited access to water here in Cheyenne. And yeah, these long-term hydrological changes that Brandon was talking about as well, we are definitely taking note of those. We're doing our best to be proactive about them, but conservation definitely plays a hand in that, where if we don't have as much water as we would like later on down the road, then we do have to start making cuts here and there. And then the big thing too is preparing for growth. We keep seeing people move into Cheyenne, new properties are being developed, and all those new properties do need water. So the more we do for conservation, the more we can help grow Cheyenne and get new folks in here. So yeah, the active programs I'll go over real quick. So the Our Water program, or the Outreach for Upgrades and Repairs program, this focuses on improving indoor water efficiency. Generally, this has only been going to residential properties, but it is entirely free of charge to BOPU and South Cheyenne Water Sewer District customers. It's been entirely funded by Microsoft, which is nice, so it doesn't affect our rates at all. But essentially what this program does is folks can reach out and fill out an application, and then we give them a free water efficiency kit. So that'll include some high efficiency sink aerators, a high efficiency shower head, a few other little efficiency goodies in there, and then a little pamphlet just talking about how to be a little bit more water smart around the house. We've given out over 200 kits since 2022, and we probably still have another 200 plus kits. Just, I don't want to say collecting dust, but we do want more people to reach out and take advantage of this great program that we have. I will now talk about our leak detection. So this is ran through our customer service team, and it's made possible through all of our AMI upgrades, which allows us to see water metering kind of in real time. So we can see water usage at different properties just from our portal. And with that, we can see when there's any unusual spikes in water or prolonged increases in water usage. Then we go through and check out those different accounts that are having those flags pop up. We give them calls. We try to get it sorted, make sure that, you know, if they do have a leak, they can get it detected. Sometimes we'll even go out and help them with that. But that's been a really great program that we've been kind of increasing year after year. And I think this one's great too, because a leak is just entirely water waste. So reducing water waste is a really great thing we can do. And it also helps save, you know, folks on their water bill too. But yeah, this one does require some cooperation with the property owner, but from my experience, people are always very grateful when we call them and say, hey, I think you have a leak. You might want to go get it checked out. This next one is a newer program. I will say this is a program that I developed, and I am leaving the board here in a couple weeks. So for this, sorry, Bryce. So for this one, this year, it may not come to fruition, but this is a program that we will likely have next year, and then hopefully years after that. But this program is a turf conversion program. And the idea is we will have participants attend a couple different workshops hosted by the Cheyenne Botanic Gardens. And they will go over ways to remove turf and put in new low water or no water plants. And the goal is to have attractive low water landscapes in Cheyenne. We don't want to see people just switch to all dirt or all rock. So this is a nice way to prevent that and get some more good looking lawns out there. There's quite a few different organizations in town that are helping with this program. But yeah, as I said, it'll be a debate on if we can get it going this year, but definitely keep an eye out for this one. I'm pretty excited about it. And yeah, basically the goal is to turn this just plain turf grass into something more like this. It's a lot more sustainable, and it uses way less water. So for the long term, this is a great idea for water conservation. I'll wrap up now too. Yeah, like I said, I did this one quick, but I'll talk about just some general conservation considerations is the way I'm putting it. But these are basically everyday actions and behavior changes that help increase water conservation, not just locally, but regionally, nationally, even globally. So first off is buying secondhand. This is one where, you know, there's a lot of different things you can buy secondhand. I'm going to focus quickly just on textiles and clothing. There's a statistic out there right now that we have enough clothes to clothe the next 6 generations on Earth, which is pretty startling to hear. So, you know, when you're out and about and you want a new t-shirt, maybe consider going to a thrift store or, checking online or just being satisfied with the clothes that you have. I will say to make one t-shirt between growing the material or processing the material, actually going through the factory, building the whole shirt, it costs about 700 gallons of water. So multiply that by about the 80 billion pieces of clothing that are made every year, and it's pretty substantial. Obviously, this doesn't affect Cheyenne too much. We aren't really making a whole lot of t-shirts here, but it's just a good thing to think about as just global water conservation. And then this, I touched a little bit on that Cheyenne Landscapes program, but reducing irrigation. Over a third of our water use here in Cheyenne goes towards irrigation, and a majority of that is turf grass. I will say that according to the University of Wyoming Extension offices, I've chatted with them, most people here in Cheyenne can get by watering their lawns just 2 days a week and then adding a third day only when they need it. We obviously do allow the 3 days a week, but maybe this year when you're irrigating, consider that, we have the master gardeners here in town that will gladly go out and check out your yard and tell you different ways to manage it and reduce the amount of water that you use there. And I'm also happy to answer questions about that too. I've learned a ton about irrigation in this position. And then this last one too, I know this one will be a little controversial, but think about what you eat. In the Colorado River Basin, which is what we've just talked about and how we keep seeing flows go down year after year after year. Over 55% of that water in the Colorado River Basin goes specifically to animal agriculture. So I know we love our steaks here. I know we love, getting a hamburger, but if we continue with eating this way, it could really put us in a tough spot years down the road. Again, I'll pull up a quick statistic. One 12-ounce steak uses 1,400 gallons of water. There's obviously more sustainable ways to eat. And I can nerd out about that stuff a lot too. But yeah, it's pretty jarring when you look at where all the Colorado River goes. And yeah, seeing well over half of it go towards animal ag is startling when we're sitting here as a municipality trying to save water. And I think municipalities use closer to 10 to 15% of that Colorado River water. So it's really a whole system issue in the Colorado River Basin. There's a lot of different perspectives on it, but that's just something I wanted to bring up here. And then finally, just use water wisely. This is the best advice I can give to anyone that wants to save water. When you're using water, just think about it for a little bit. Think, is there a better way I can do this? You're out there spraying off your driveway, maybe go and switch to a broom. There's a lot of different ways that you can save water throughout the day. One thing I do is when I do laundry, I always make sure that thing is filled to the brim because that just uses less water overall than doing a few smaller loads each time. And also, as I mentioned, I'm kind of going quickly through this, so I'm happy to chat about any of these things to anyone here, but I will end it there and I will just open up to some quick questions. I will say the contact here is for the general water conservation email. I put it up there because, as I mentioned, I am leaving the board here in a couple weeks, and that will get kind of redirected to our water conservation team now and in the future. But yeah.
For the landscaping, how many landscape companies have you talked to?
None so far.
Okay. How many HOAs have agreed to change their rules in the new developments to reduce the church?
None so far.
Any of the builders?
The builders, we've been talking to them a little bit about the new UDC that we're putting out.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, totally.
Yes, we have had, the question was, have any builders that priced the landscape conservation? Yes, we've had several builders that have, with new construction, put in low irrigation landscaping, also the up and south of the area. Sorry.
No, you're good. Thank you.
I guess I should state, I run a landscape company, so a little bit of hidden agenda, I think. For the groups that you were working with to roll out Cheyenne landscape programs outside of the botanical gardens and master gardeners, which groups are those?
The Audubon Society has been in support of it. The Laramie County Conservation District is also in support of it. And the idea too is that we would, at least for a pilot year, we'd get 25 participants to swap from turf grass to those low water plants. And a lot of that would just be funded by the participants and by BOPU and by the other organizations.
And then for the UDC that is being developed, I know I saw an email, but I wasn't able to make it to be there. But the UDC that affects landscaping and that I know trees are kind of wrapped up in there. Have you heard recently from the arborists and their concerns?
Kind of. I mean, when we're developing this new UDC, we do have Mark Ellison in there, the forestry guy for Cheyenne. So he's definitely getting the information we need about trees, but I'm not sure about specific arborists in town.
There's I'm sure Mark would know more, but there's a concern that is currently going around between them as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see that.
Okay, yeah.
Coming your way. And then the last question is, to specify, I'm not in disagreement with you at all. I've been doing this a little bit. I just did the Master Gardeners program through CSU.
Oh, nice.
So between experience and the additional stuff, I can see the problem, and I don't have necessarily qualms about that. But the concern being if we can't get builders and the HOAs on board as each development writes their own code and how to enforce it. And then the largest thing I have tried to go out of my way when I see sprinklers going off, like at the golf course, and I called and I was like, it's raining and snowing. I don't really know if you know. And I was kind of told that's the maintenance problem. So are you aware of the city being willing to install smart sensors or whatever it is? It sounds like actual holding everybody to account is an issue. It seems like a very efficient way to reduce water.
Yeah, with the city, we've definitely met with the parks quite a few times. They do have a lot of land to manage here in town and a lot of irrigation to manage. I will say in the past few years, they upgraded their airport golf course system. So now that's kind of more on a smart system and that handles that a lot better. And they're hoping to eventually upgrade the Prairie View golf course system. That one's kind of just a funding thing. But I've definitely had conversations with them. They're being very receptive to converting different areas of turf to natives and then just turning off irrigation for those different areas. That's actually been a thing they've done in a lot of parks, and especially those triangle parks they've been focusing on. So they've been doing quite a bit. And I have noticed too, when you look at their acreage versus how much irrigation they actually use, they're some of the most water efficient folks in the city.
I can add a little bit. That's an excellent question, because that's the first thing we always hear, whether it's on the media, hey, we're telling people 3 days a week that it's spring in the city park. We just had a meeting 2 days ago on some reuse things that we're working with Jason and his crew. And I told them, I said, the biggest thing I need from you guys to help us coordinate is combating the comments we get when people are calling in that, hey, we're not watering, but the city watering. Jason said he would work on that, and I truthfully believe Jason will do that, and they have been. And back to these sensors, they have put a lot of sensors in a lot of their newer systems. There's a lot of computerization going, but we're aware of that situation. So what you're saying is very valid. And I told him that's the biggest concern I have with the city, is that we continue to get calls that they're watering when they should.
So they're fully aware of it. I appreciate you bringing that up. And there's a lot of people that could even listen online right now, but that's one of the biggest things we see is comments. Jason is fully aware of it. I fully trust him and his staff will work on that. But again, there is a lot to maintain and do, and by the time you get sometimes to places, you know, the rate is, but we're working on that, so I appreciate you bringing that up.
And then just the last thing, the reason I ask about the landscapes. is
Yeah.
I've been in this for a little bit. Kentucky Blue and Fescue, 9010 Fescue use the same amount of water. They do not save water. So we keep pushing turfs that actually are not any different, up here. And I know people want green lawns for them to be on their pets, grandkids, whatever the case may be. We started experimenting with other ones. I know there's a lot of talk about seed and stuff. Most people don't understand it takes years to establish seed. So that's why I'm asking if we're talking about the people that actually work here. I know conservation, I know some of them have had amazing success on getting seed to come in. Our experience with all of our knowledge, it has been an absolute fail. And so when the policies are going out and when they're being made, talking to the people that are doing the work, I think is essential in coming to terms and agreement on what can reasonably be changed or done to help everybody.
I have one other thing too. Another thing Jason brought, it doesn't make a difference, but it does a little bit, is that the other thing you need to remember, a lot of the facilities that you see water in on parks are recycled water. So we aren't using our potable water source. That even would be more of our, we're wasting, you know, that's what everybody's using in the yard. So we are already doing one thing, we're using water that we're using again. That being said, it still doesn't mean that's a valuable resource to us and we need to issue. But when a lot of people see the parks watering, most of the facilities are on recycled water, so we're not using, you know, bottled resources. But point well taken, get that a lot. Jason is fully aware of it. I'm totally convinced he realizes the seriousness of it and he'll address it. But if you continue to see that, let us know, because I can have those conversations with Jason. So I appreciate it. You'll pick that up.
Yeah, thanks. I'll probably chat with you at the end here too.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're leaving both. Well, I'm sure that somebody could do something about that, I believe. But appreciate your passion for water conservation, that's for sure. My question is probably to the 5/8 meters. And that kind of relates, you know, Mr. Trump brought up, we are trying to work with builders, as far as conservation goes and stuff. I believe a 5/8 meter, 100 square feet is the maximum for irrigation on lawns for a 5/8 meter, that's correct?
250.
Oh, 250, those 10 by 25 area. That still seems a little light on my opinion, you know, for, it doesn't take much to water a 10 by 25 area, that's for sure, but, you know, if that would ever be able to be brought up a little bit to entice maybe even 5/8 meters versus 3/4 meters.
Yeah, I will say I'm a little bit less on the development side. So Frank and Bryce might be able to touch on that more, but we have been encouraging the use of the 5/8 inch meters by just having them have way less tap fees. Or I don't know about way less, I'll have to look at the exact numbers, but by having less tap fees, I think that's the real incentive for the developers.
Are we selling many 5/8 meters right now?
Yes, not gobbled up, we are seeing them on smaller lots, it's more appropriate for very small lots, and very small landscapes, so you don't use much water. So that's primarily we're seeing on the infill where they take
in former large city lot, right up in 3 or 4 lots, we see 5 acre suites over there, and some of the other developments, so yes, especially.
Yeah, I think with the change in the minimum lot size, I think we're gonna start to see a lot more of them. Specifically down in the Arlington Heights area, a lot of that development that they're doing down there, we're seeing where they're wanting to bring in a 5 acre for those lots. So it started off pretty slow, but I think it's really starting to kind of ramp up now. So some of the new development codes and stuff that are going in, so hopefully they can kind of work in tandem to help provide some more affordable housing and stuff to Cheyenne.
No,
Mhm.
I think it was 2 Saturdays ago, I heard on the radio an outfit called Rooted in Cheyenne.
Yeah.
Big on planting new trees in Cheyenne. And I'm just curious, your take or your expression on planting more water consumptive trees in Cheyenne.
Yeah, I know Mark pretty well, who runs that program. I will say water consumptive trees isn't maybe the best term. Trees really don't require as much water as keeping a lawn green. Most trees here in Cheyenne, at least the ones that Mark recommends, normally they only need some additional watering during dry periods. So like this winter, definitely having people go out and hand water trees is a great thing. But even then, it's hand watering, and a lot of the time, it only has to be done around twice a month, maybe once a week if it's really, really dry. But they really don't require as much water as, say, a lawn does. And another thing too is if we keep getting increased tree canopy, that increases the shade on different lawns, and that actually requires lawns to have even less irrigation. So trees are the answer in a way. I'm really stoked about what Mark is doing.
Yeah, one thing I'll add to that is, in terms of when we talk about conservation and changing our landscapes, it's really looking at how do we want to use the water? What's the most beneficial way to use it? And I think from a development, planning, quality of life standpoint, having trees in your community is a real benefit. And it makes living in Cheyenne more enjoyable. Wind reduction, shade, habitat. There's a lot of things that come with trees that are good. When we're talking about changing landscapes and stuff, it's when we're talking about non-functional turf that is just there just to look pretty. There's other ways for things to look pretty that are much more water efficient, so that we can then take that water and use it for something that we kind of see as collectively as a more beneficial use for the community as a whole.
We'll start trying to look for wind resistant trees as well.
Put right outside my fence.
Have you looked into the Resource Central in Colorado?
We have, yes. So Resource Central, they do the Garden in a Box program as well as a few other little programs. We chatted with them quite a bit this past year. I will say their programs are quite costly, especially to run them in Wyoming as opposed to Colorado. They would be charging us additional fees to come up here to Cheyenne, even though we are, just right on the other side of the border. But
The way to do that is for us to put down.
oh yeah, to pick up the Garden in a Box there. That is kind of an idea that spurred into our Cheyenne Landscapes program, because that one, the participants would attend the 2 workshops, one in the fall to discuss landscape preparation, then one in the spring to actually pick up all the different plants that you would like in your landscape. So it's similar to Garden in a Box. It's just kind of more of our take on it, and focuses more on that education piece rather than just distributing plants. And it is cheaper than Garden in a Box.
Take a break.
Yeah.
So let's stop, take a 10 minutes or so breaks, and then we'll have right.
Just
Right, or-
Yeah.
Yeah, but we need to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I talked to,
Hey, everybody, welcome back. My name is Bryce Dorr. I am the capital project supervisor in the engineering division at the Board of Public Utilities. I'll be co-presenting today with Frank. So Frank, if you have anything you want to chime in while I'm going, feel free. What we're going to talk to you guys a little bit about today is a little more on the development side. Some of the things that we've seen, reference some of the data centers and the like that are really interesting and maybe controversial in town, and maybe talk a little bit about where Cheyenne can go from both a water standpoint as well as kind of a land standpoint in terms of geography and our infrastructure and really what limitations we might have. So to start off, here's a map of Cheyenne. For those of you that don't get to look at it every day, I could probably draw that in my sleep. But each one of those dots up there represent either a project related to a development that has been confirmed. You see those in the green, or ones that have been inquired about, which are in the blue. So any one of those that in the green that you have questions about, I can answer. Anything in the blue, I should probably just kind of leave as vague development opportunities. So of those, the ones highlighted here are either data centers specifically or related to the data center industry. So you can see there's quite a bit of data center type growth going on in Cheyenne, stretching mainly along the southern edge boundary of town, but we are starting to see some sprinkle more internal to kind of what we might call in-town development. So as you can see, these stretch far distances away from where our existing system is. You can really see the density of the blue and green lines. That's really where we have the majority of our infrastructure. And then when you see the long lines kind of on the periphery of that, those have all kind of been built to provide services to town and some of those different developments. So in terms of development, there's really kind of three different ways that, and there's probably a million more if you're a planner, but from simple engineer's mind, we really look at sprawl, infill, or extensions of the system. So that picture that you see there in the middle here, wonder if I can, yeah, there we go. This one in the middle, that's a great example. So these are all data center developments. So we'll talk mainly on that and different ways that those can come together. But that one there in the middle, that would be a classical infill type development. There were no off-site utilities that were needed to be built, no roads. Everything that was needed from an infrastructure standpoint was already there. So it was something that we were servicing from a water and sewer standpoint. There was already fire and police, trash pickup, snow removal, all of the things that make a city run already happening here. So it took a vacant lot of land and turned it into something that's beneficial to the community. So in terms of the gold star, in my mind, infill type development here is what I would like to see focus on as much as we can. And then there to here in the corner, this one is going to be more what I call more of an extension of a system. So this is where you're on the kind of boundary and you just build to the next lot over. And when you do that, you extend the road, you extend the infrastructure, the water, the sewer, all of that. So the next person can build on, you kind of build it up like, a Lego, thinking of my kids, but kind of build it out piece by piece as you go. And then the third here, this is more what we would call sprawl. something where you come and you develop a pretty significant distance away from any local connection or existing system. In those situations, it typically requires a lot of time, money, resources to extend the systems out that far. Oftentimes it comes with challenges for us in terms of if you're going to build something like that, you're going to build it so that it's the right size for future growth. So it takes a lot of planning and time from the engineering standpoint, as well as sometimes with the water, we can run into issues where there's so much new infrastructure and water that can be stored in those new pipes. Depending on the amount of water that that customer is taking, we can run into potential water age or water quality issues. So sometimes with that sprawl, it can be problematic on a number of ways. And then this one in the bottom corner, I wanted to share this one because it's a little different. It originally probably could have functioned as an infill type project. There was significant water and sewer infrastructure there. From what I understand, the roads were good to service that. They did run into some problems with their on-site system and maintaining water quality for their site and their employees. So we had to work with them to kind of redo the way that they were going to provide water to their location. And what we came up with was this kind of W-shaped extension. All the stuff that's highlighted in gold there is the new infrastructure that was either built or required for the data center development. And that one, what's really cool about that is that the way that it's tying in to create a water loop to help with that water quality, it's actually opening up a whole nother area of existing development that didn't really have access to water before. So in the future, if they have issues with wells or whatever, we've had inquiries in the past of some of these existing customers that have been doing business in Cheyenne for a long time. They now have an opportunity to tie into the system, makes their business a lot more robust and gives them a little bit more confidence for long-term operations. So just different types of developments that we've kind of been seeing in town.
Next slide.
Yeah.
Identify those projects by name.
We have a couple Microsoft projects there. So in terms of the Microsoft, we've got Microsoft here. We've got Microsoft here. Whoop. And we've got Microsoft here. This one is the related digital or digital related. I forget which comes first. And then this one right next to it it's more of a Bitcoin mining type operation there. So it's a little bit different, but kind of similar in terms of infrastructure and impact and that type of thing.
And those two over there, those are.
Oh, and then the one I didn't call out here, that's the Meta site.
That's Meta. One on.
This one down here, this is a Microsoft, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Those are all known, so I can say them. Some of the other ones we might have to keep hush hush, but yeah, that's good. So is sprawl bad? I asked my son this last night, and we were kind of going through it together, and he just went, "Oh yeah." After that last slide, sprawl's bad for sure. So why though? I mean, they installed 7.5 miles of infrastructure at no cost to Cheyenne or its customers or its citizens, right? That seems kind of like a sweet deal to get $4 million worth of free stuff. Who doesn't like free stuff? Well, free stuff that you got to take care of is a different deal, right? So that bottom rehab number, that's essentially that's the big hog. That's what it's going to cost us to replace that infrastructure when it ages out. Typically, what we want to see is in 100 years, we would have the money to pay for that. It's additional O&M for our crews. 7.5 miles of line. There's new main with manholes that need to be inspected and cleaned. There's water mains that have valves that need to be exercised. There's potential for breaks. Lots of things that come with that.
The other thing with sprawl that maybe you don't consider is just the time to get there. To go exercise a valve or to flush a sewer main there is a lot harder because you don't have fire hydrants right next to it. So to go flush that, you got to fill the jet, and then you got to flush, and then you got to go back. So the distance becomes a challenge as well. So these can be pretty costly for us to operate and maintain throughout its useful life. So how do we try to typically handle that? Well, we usually do it with our rates, right? So you use a bunch of water, you pay for our services, and then we can use that to take care of the mains. One of the challenges that we're seeing is that these data centers are not using the amount of water that we initially thought they were going to use. So for this particular site, we do have, for the first building that's in there, some numbers on what they used last year. And for us to pay it back on what they did for rates, it would take us 144 years. And that's just for the 4 million. I think that's a pretty low number for what this actually cost. We got that from the contract. I think that's probably more just I would be surprised if it was that low. So that's almost 50%, 44% more, right, than what our goal would be. So there's a gap. So what else can sprawl give us? Well, it gives us new users, right? There's all this new main. People are going to come tied to it. It's going to be awesome. There's going to be growth. It's going to expand. It's going to bring all these opportunities. Well, yeah, that did happen, but it also came with more infrastructure. And now we have more of that rehab, more of that O&M, more of that time that's going to take us to go deal with all that. So what else can we do? There's got to be another option to help balance that scale, right? So we started to have some discussions around special cost of service type rates for some of these customers that are going to work kind of on the periphery of town. We've kind of floated those around. It's kind of challenging to find the sweet spot to say we're not targeting a specific industry necessarily, but we have to find the right way to say that it's going to cost us more to serve you way out there. So we're having those discussions right now around how we can make this work for the water utility part of the equation, because there are definitely benefits for some of this sprawl type growth from the city overall. So we're in support of all of that. We are just trying to figure out how to make sure that the customers that we serve aren't having to supplement some of this type of stuff. So I think the other thing that we can look at is what other types of opportunities could we look at on the front end? What kind of partnerships can we work with some of these new developments that would provide other benefits to the city of Cheyenne that we know have holes, but we don't have solutions for. So we're back to our map here. This one's a little bit different here. You can kind of see those little pink shaded areas. Anyone that's been following anything around the county pocket annexations, that's what those represent. So one of the challenges that we have with these historically county areas is that they did not get the water and sewer infrastructure installed when the homes were built. So you can see in some of these pictures where you have pretty significant gaps, where you have potential lots or existing buildings that don't have any water or sewer infrastructure tied into them. And you can see them all over town. We've already got a lot of phone calls on these around people who have septic systems that are failing and their lots are too small to where they can't put a new one in. So what's going to happen to those folks? They need to really tie to us, right? Well, the problem with that is in order for that to work and in order for them to have quality water, they need to loop water mains, which typically means pretty significant stretches. We're talking $100,000 to go do this. I don't know how many of you feel comfortable throwing that kind of money out, but for most people in town, that's not really feasible. So we don't have a solution on how we can address this problem. You know, maybe finding some of those creative solutions with other partners in town is something that we can look at. We have looked at other funding opportunities for this and we'll see how that goes, but this is just an example of something that how we find that balance, right, between what's overall good for the city, but what might be challenging for the BOPU. So the other thing I talked about, all the planning and lots of time that we're looking at in terms of this growth in all of these areas. Well, what it's really helped us do is kind of identify some boundaries in terms of land development and what we can actually get to and serve as a water and sewer utility. So what we've kind of identified is this is really what's left from a land standpoint in terms of where Cheyenne can grow, where we can service new customers without massive changes in infrastructure, where we're talking new plants, whole new pump stations. So, I mean, some of these will require pump stations, but some of the stuff that's in higher elevations, we just can't service from an engineering standpoint. So, really what you see here, that green area, those are really our high target zones. That's where we already have infrastructure, we have planning, we really understand those areas in terms of what can go in there, what can fit. We have the capacity for what needs to happen. The yellow, that's a little bit more vague, right? Some of those we have some ideas, some of them are kind of like out there, but they are serviceable. We believe that we can get the infrastructure there to service what we need. I think one of the biggest things to really pay attention to here is how many of these areas can be residential. You know, we've got this kind of area here, the section 20 area. I lost my mouse up here. That would be a great spot for residential. Got this kind of Whitney Ranch area residential. A lot of this stuff down here, you know, we talked about seeing a lot of data centers. We got the Sweetgrass residential area in here. Outside of that, we're kind of running out of land that we can service. So I think when we talk about what developments come to town, how we're looking at them, we really need to think about the land as much as we do the water. But we'll let Frank talk about the water next.
Okay, here it is. Thank you, Bryce. So we're growing. I think everybody sees that, and we've now had discussions on how the Colorado River is in less than desirable condition. I'm trying to be nice here. Oops, what did I do? So I'm going to cover some of the stuff we did last year. Last year we had a water summit and we kind of went through what would happen during curtailment. So this shouldn't be new to everybody. Our current firm yield right now is about 22,000 acre feet, and we're using 12 to 14,000 acre feet a year. When curtailment comes, our firm yield goes down to 7,000 acre feet. So we are short our water by 50%. So how do we grow? Talked about really with our storage, we probably can last 4 years without significant water restrictions, but then everything is bone dry and then we're really in trouble. So how do we extend this so we can survive through a curtailment? And that's where I think Brad's mentioned, or we've mentioned in the past, we're trying to secure some alternative water rights that we can use during their curtailment. And it becomes very impactful. If we can find 5,000 acre feet of alternative water rights, we can make it 6 years. If we find 7, we probably can make it 8 years. We can keep extending that by finding alternative water rights out there. Every time I say we need to find water, everybody says groundwater. Go to the Belvoir. So when we look at our groundwater supply, all of our existing well fields are actually mining water out. We've exceeded the firm capacity. We are now backing off, but we have lowered the water table. I think on the Belvoir, I think the number we saw was 100 feet. That sound right, Bryce? So that's a very scary number for us. So we're trying to manage that. We've changed our blending so that we can start recharging those levels. The other thing I always get talked about is the Lone Tree wells, the Casper Aquifer wells up on the west end of the Belvoir as a water source. And it is there, but it's very expensive water. In 2012, the study said it would probably be about $16.5 million to develop the Lone Tree wells themselves. They'll get us about 1,000 acre feet of water. Today's dollars, that's $40 million. That's a lot of money, which
We can spin if we need to, but we use this as our benchmark. Assuming we were to develop this, we go to water development, we get a 50% grant. That means the VOP's got to come up with $20 million to build this. The ratepayers have to come up with $20 million to build this. You know, that's like $18,000 an acre foot for that water. It's there, it's a resource, but it's an expensive resource. So this is the benchmark we use when we're looking at alternative water rights. If it's less than 18,000, we should be looking at it first because it's going to have the smallest impact to our users. Keep in mind that $40 million or $20 million doesn't include the electrical costs of pumping that water, doesn't include the maintenance, you know, and that's at least a $1 million a year loan payment. One of the things that we are cursed with our system, I say in a word, is we have a very complicated surface water system. As everybody knows, we've got our local basin, Crow Creek. We go across the Laramie Plains up to Rob Roy to collect water that we trade, essentially have a trade for water we collect at Hog Park. So, you know, we have the tunnel, we have all that collection system. There's a lot. There's 8 reservoirs, hundreds of miles of pipe. It's a lot. But it does have one redeeming feature. It touches 3 different basins. The South Platte Basin, Crow Creek's in there. The Laramie River, which is North Platte, along with, we'll go through Saratoga, Rob Roy, that's all North Platte River water. And then we collect water over on the other side of the Continental Divide, so that's Colorado River water. So that means instead of just having one potential area or one basin we can look for water, we now have 3. So that's creating some unique opportunities for us. So that's where we've been chasing a lot of different water rights. But buying water rights is like shopping for a car, but older is better. We want some from 1920s. We want old. But we need good maintenance records because the water rights are only as good as the records we have. We have to demonstrate they have a solid history of consumptive use, that they've had crops and that they've used that water. We don't get credit for the 3 CFS they divert on the 200 acres of land. We get credit for what that consumptive use would be. Oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought. So, you know, when it comes to securing alternative water rights, we really have 2 main options. We have buy and dry, which we heard Brandon say is not the ideal. You're looking at cost of $5,000 to $40,000 an acre to get that, depending on what price you look at. And no one really wants that. The other alternative we're looking at is leasing a readiness to serve. Essentially, we just lease the water when we need it. The big advantage to that is hopefully it'll have a lower cost because we're only buying the water when we need it. And we pay a small nominal fee each year to kind of reserve that water. So we've been kind of looking at those. But, you know, one of the challenges we're seeing is, if you recall from last year, we looked at what happens during a curtailment. Can we survive off water restrictions? Yes. But if you remember from last year, it was impactful. We had to cut our water use in half to survive a curtailment, a long-term curtailment. Essentially, BOP would lose half of its revenue on the water side. That's around $12 million a year. You know, if you look at our budget this year, we have about $6 million in capital projects. That other $6 million, where does that come from? Yeah, we could pull from reserves maybe a year, but then we're looking at reductions in force or drought surcharges. We can survive a curtailment with water restrictions, but it would be devastating to the BOPU. We go bankrupt essentially. So that's why we've been looking for water rights to lease. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. It's been a long day for me. So let's say we were able to find water rights. You know, if we were able to go out and lease water rights for $1 million a year, I'm just throwing that out. Don't hold me to that number. That's just a number. You know, if we were to have to pay $1 million a year, that would cost us each resident $3 a month. That would have to be additional charges on their water bill. But you heard me say that, hey, we're looking for a large customer. Why are we looking for a large customer when we're going into curtailment? And this is why. If we were to find a new large customer that uses 1,000 acre-feet of water a year, that would generate $2 million a year in revenue for the board. That would be very impactful for us to be able to have those funds to buy, lease, rent, alternative water rights, and not create a significant impact to our ratepayers. It's just economics. And yeah, we'd have to pay another $200,000, $300,000 a year for that extra 1,000 feet of water, but it generates enough to cover itself and what we need to survive a curtailment. But everybody's going to say, we have the data centers, right? They're our new large customers. They're not. Bryce mentioned it earlier. They're not using the water that they said they were going to use. Last year, I think Microsoft used 204 acre-feet of water. So 1/5 of that big customer. But honestly, their numbers keep going down. They change their technologies, they're using less water. And that water resource is so valuable, we understand that, and it's not the appropriate use for evaporative cooling. So most of the data centers that are going to come in the future, if not all, are going to be closed loop where they use just as much water as an office building. So I guess before I jump off this subject, so that's why we're looking for a news customer, just to help us get through this curtailment, provide us that resources we need, provide jobs for the community. I think it can be a win-win with what's coming up. That's the short-term solution. Long-term, things are going to have to change. And one thing that we have seen is in some of the lower basin states, more cooperative projects between municipalities, industry, and ag, where they come up ways to reduce wasted water. When you talk about consumptive use, that also can include evaporation, that can include all water that leaves a basin. There's lots of things. But here in this example here, you'll see this is a picture of the All-American Canal. I think everybody's probably familiar with it. You know, that delivers water through the Imperial Irrigation District. They worked with some communities in California to line 23 miles of their canal, because that water leaves the Colorado River Basin. So it's all consumptive use, just like all the water we bring through the tunnel. 100% consumptive use, but they lined 23 miles of it and saved 67,000 acre-feet of water, which allowed a municipality to purchase that water for their needs. We're going to have to see more of that in the future, and that's going to be a tough thing to do, but this is our long-term solution to address the Colorado River. With that, I went through it pretty quick, so we're running a little low on time, but I'll have any questions you guys have for us. Yes, sir.
On the data centers, thank you very much. Do we need a policy on data centers, either one that you would develop, or one that the city council would adopt, to try and address the issues that you've identified, maybe priority areas, lesser priority areas, other kinds of issues?
So the question is, do we need to have policies, whether it's BOP or city, about the development of data centers? We have been working with the planning department, discussing these things with them on, you know, where are the more desirable places, and we are pushing those data centers that way. Official policy hasn't been started yet, but we are definitely looking at that with the planning department.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just a lot of narratives around the country around living next to data centers, those types of things, the draw on the community, a lot of that. So I think it is important for us as a community to be strategic about it, and not look at it as just a typical development, you know, the standard office building, or what do we get, coffee shops, banks, and tire stores, one of those top three. So I think it's a good point, is that we need to look at them differently, understand that it's kind of a newer technology, the long-term impacts on living next to these things, what that does. You know, some of the benefits from selling energy versus having them doing on-site energy generation. I think those are important for us to fully understand, and I don't know if control is the right word, but to just understand what those different impacts can be for us as Cheyenne as a whole. Got a question for you?
Yeah, you talked about curtailment. We heard Brandon talk about that, the Colorado River Basin, but where Cheyenne doesn't get all of its water from that basin. Can you explain more, like, is that curtailment that you talked about, is that voluntary, or are you getting pressure from somewhere else? North Pat?
So the question is, how do our Colorado River rights work? So what we're talking about is a mandatory curtailment of our Colorado River water. So essentially, Rob Roy, all the water we collect at Rob Roy is essentially, we're trading for water that we release from Hog Park. So if we don't have Colorado River water to fill Hog Park, essentially we lose Rob Roy as a resource. That's 70% of our water.
So the way it's essentially Wyoming would owe so much to the Colorado River system. And then from a state level, they would go down through the water rights, most junior, down as soon as that's met. And everything that we've said says we're gonna end up in that group that has to give up the water rights, so.
That makes sense. I was just missing that Hog Park Roy.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that.
It's a complicated system.
Our water rights are like 1954, they're most senior. Everything we've looked at, what they may need to make up, we're planning for worst case scenario. We're thinking our 1954 water rights are gonna be impacted. So we're planning as if we're gonna have to make up everything that we have in the little snake. So that would be worst case scenario. Let's hope maybe it's less than. We may not get that off, we think, but we're trying to anticipate and plan for worst case scenario so that if it does happen, we're prepared.
Thank you.
Keith, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure one of you do know this, things right off the top of your head, but large water volume using right now, the refinery used to be what, 16–18% Cheyenne water?
They were 2,000 acre feet a year, so yeah.
Maybe they're 3% now.
So I actually wrote these down yesterday. So last year, the city as a whole delivered just over 4 billion gallons of water. Okay, so Microsoft, which is our biggest data center user, used 67 million gallons. That's 1.6%. Okay, so the higher users above that, the Laramie County School District at 2.3, Holly Frontier at 3.5. Historically, they were at 20%. F.E. Warren Air Force Base at 4.8%, and South Cheyenne at 9.2%.
Thanks, Scott.
And then the city's at about 11% overall water use in town. And I'll shout out to Aaron for reading the Facebook comments, so I had that ready to go.
Any other questions for us? Yes, sir.
I'm hearing two sides of the story here. First, on one side, we're talking curtailment out of the Colorado River. And out of the other side of your mouth, you're talking about a big customer to consume water. And could you just bring those two together?
Yes. So because of the amount of curtailment we're gonna have to do, I mean, we're talking all outside irrigation is gone. All city parks are dead. Everybody's lawn is dead. Everybody is conserving on flushing their toilet. That's how bad we're gonna have to conserve if we have a 5-year curtailment. And we're gonna lose 5 years, $60 million in revenue. I mean, that's huge numbers. We can't sustain that. So we have to come up with a strategy on how are we gonna have enough water for our users and have enough revenue to continue to operate the system. Our best option is to find alternative water rights that we can lease during a curtailment. So example, we find 7,000 acre feet of water in the North Platte River that allows us to continue to collect water at Rob Roy. That means we don't have to institute water restrictions. We can continue to sell water status quo, but we need a way to pay for that. And that's either going to fall on the backs of the ratepayers or on the back of a big customer. We need to find a big customer to be able to sustain the BOQ. for the long term. That make sense, sir?
No, it doesn't.
So really, so really, so I think the missing piece there is the amount of revenue that we would get off of a 1,000-acre-foot customer, right? What we just read, you know, that's $2 million every year. So that $2 million that we would add to our total use, that gives us so much more opportunity, flexibility, capability to go out and find additional resources so we can backfill that curtailment so that we don't have to worry about the restrictions as much. So we can continue to operate like we are now because we have that additional revenue that can offset that additional cost.
For the record, I'll buy that. I'd like to talk, yeah. Are they not going to consume part of the curtailment water?
So this is we ran that exact scenario last year. And Frank, maybe you can fill me in on how the numbers work, but in terms of taking another 1,000 acre-feet off of this equation, it still gets us pretty much in the same scenario in terms of where we run out of water and where it becomes problematic.
I think we went down to 4% or 3%.
Yeah, so it makes this number a little scarier here at the bottom, but that's assuming that we don't go buy any new water rates. That's assuming that we don't add new water in every year. This is assuming that we're 70% down, where maybe we'll only be 50% down. To where we're not taking as big a chunk because we're backfilling that with additional water from another source.
Mike, I can share too. I mean, we're feeling more and more confident every day that goes by. We've got some pretty good options that we're working. It's just nothing. We've been working on these for 2 or 3 years. So we're getting very, very close. But I feel pretty confident we're gonna have some backup water. The other option, what you're saying, and I think maybe kind of where you're leading to, and everybody else include that, we can make a decision here in town. It's not just our decision, it's city council. Do we just say, no more growth? Well, how smart is that for sure? I mean, that's the way you protect yourself. We're not gonna allow any more growth because we don't know what our future of the water looks like. If it was talent, we probably got enough for what, 40 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got plenty of water, as long as the Colorado River system, you know, but if it continues horribly, then we're gonna have situations we're gonna face. But that's why we've been proactive when we're trying to get these agreements set up so that in the case that happens, that we have backup water so we can continue to offer.
Let me spin it a different way. We know we're gonna need $2 million a year. I'm throwing out a number because we haven't finalized it. We know we're gonna need another $2 million a year to purchase water rights so we don't have to do major restrictions. Either we're gonna make the ratepayers pay for it or we make a big customer pay for it. We feel it's better to find that big customer, stabilize our revenue so that we can purchase water, we can continue to maintain the system.
I missed the big customer coming in early. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, and I think the other thing to consider is, I mean, everything that Brandon showed earlier, does it feel like this is gonna be a one and done thing? Do we have a long-term solution on how we balance the water in the West? I don't know that we do. So this whole thing where maybe we do this and then we only get to here and then we're in it again. So it's gonna be something that we have to really think about from a long-term viewpoint. How can we set ourselves up to succeed without the water rights that we have?
Please go forward.
No, it's a great question. Great comment.
Just curious, what are some potential ideas for this large customer, and we're trying to find it. What are we doing to find it, and what industries would use this $2 million a year?
So we're working with Cheyenne leads, they've always come to us with big customers. In the past, we've said, well, I think we need to hold off. Now we have a solution, so we're working with Cheyenne leads to identify those, whether it's we're not going to find the perfect customer. It's probably going to take a variety, but is it beverage facility? Is it a manufacturing facility? Food processing facility? What is going to use water and discharge sewer to us? So there's no perfect customer out there, but I think it's going to take a variety of different customers to fill that void.
I don't know that there's a perfect industry. I think the industry can be broad, it can be variable. I think in terms of the characteristics of how they use water would be the ideal customer in my mind. So 1,000 acre feet is pretty close to about 1 million gallons a day. The perfect customer would be one that used 1 million gallons a day every single day throughout the year. Flat line. No seasonal variation where we're the capacity through our plant every day. So there's different things in terms of balancing overall annual use and then that daily peak kind of loading peak. So we'd be looking at a low peaking factor type user would be, from our standpoint, the ideal customer.
So if you know any, send them our way.
Yeah, bring them our way.
I had a question over here.
Are there any concerns with South Cheyenne, its customers or its operators for like possible curtailment and then in the time leading up to it? Just from, if we get questions about it from our customers, say they keep an eye on what's going on with our water resources, just so we can have answers for them.
So we're happy to work with South Cheyenne. You're our partner. As things progress, you'll start seeing more media blasts come out and I'll reach out directly with Scott and we'll start having conversations. We're just not there yet, so we don't know what it looks like.
But I think something that would probably be fair to say is that we would treat you like any other customer in town. If we have irrigation changes or anything like that, we would implement that for you guys as well, similar to what kind of our new agreements are saying, is that whatever all of us do together, right? So that we can try to survive this the best we can.
And to add on to that, what should we enforce as far as like preparing for curtailment and in the time leading up for it?
So, that's a great question. So what should they do to prepare for this? It's really start implementing your own water conservation program like we have, enforce the tiered rate structure, which I know you guys have moved through, help identify lakes, help identify wasted water. That's the best thing we can do is get rid of the wasted water running down the curb and gutter, water that's leaking under the ground. Let's keep that water as long as we can.
Thank you.
Well, I would add, Scott knows this. I mean, we have a new agreement with the district, which is great, and part of that is they have to conform with our water use. So just be familiar with that, educate your customers.
Any other questions?
For this large consuming customer, and it may not be something both who can answer, but maybe somebody in the room. What would we be giving up? There's gonna be a concession. Nobody's gonna come in and be like, yeah, we wanna pay so that you have 2 million in revenue. So what are we potentially looking to give up to attract said customers?
Okay, so the question is, what would we be giving up? I don't know that we necessarily would be giving up anything other than the land that they would need. We would be giving up part of our resource. We'd be giving up a little water. We'd be adding traffic. We'd be doing the things we normally would do for any development. It's just saying, hey, whoever you are out there, we can handle you. There's been a lot of times in the past where we've had some of these opportunities come to Cheyenne. We were in a position at that point, prior to a lot of our conservation efforts, that we were really concerned we didn't have the water to serve them. So we had to turn them away. Brad made the point, we started our Sherrard plant in 2002. Within the first week, the plant was maxed out and it was like, oh no, what did we do? Did we build this thing big enough? But since then, we have, even though population has grown in Cheyenne, our actual total water use has really come down quite a bit. So we do have the resource for growth. So I don't think we would give up any sort of.
Yeah, interesting tidbit. When we built stage 2, so the pipelines coming across from Rob Roy are stage 1, stage 2. I looked up the report when we applied for funding for stage 2, we were using 16,000 acre feet a year in the 70s. Now we're down to 13. We are using less water historically than we did 50 years ago. So we do have water available. We just needed to we need a means to address this curtailment. I think we now have that. So we're trying to move forward on that.
There's lots being written about. There's lots being written about how municipalities should be structuring arrangements with data centers. This has been an evolving discussion for the last 5 years as the data center industry has exploded. But going back to what you were talking about, Bryce, about having to build these big extensions down to a data center, and then how do you deal with the ongoing costs of those? I mean, if considered a full cost recovery rates for not only just the value of the water and the sewage treatment, but really having them pay for all of the things that you identified, the time, the maintenance, the O&M, all of those things.
Yeah, so the question was related to data centers and have we considered any sort of full cost of impact type fee or rate or something with them. And I think that we have come to realize that that's probably something we really need to look more into. I don't know that we have that blueprint yet, but we are more open to anything than people with ideas. We're happy to hear them. The one thing that we have heard is that they are willing to pay that. They just don't want it to be targeted directly at a specific industry from a PR type standpoint. So it's just something that we have to find a nice balance to where even if it's not a data center, it could be another industry that has the same impact. So we want to set it up to where it's broad enough that it protects us on more than one kind of level.
And to go further on that, we are looking at that. We need to develop a process on how to determine what that appropriate amount should be. So we've got some work to do, and that's something we're starting to jump on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and who's the they that says that they don't want to feel like they're being targeted? I mean, I don't know why we're doing that. And of course, we've got the associated power plants too. I mean, that's the whole related part of the discussion is data centers are coming in and building their own power systems.
Yeah. To answer the question, why don't we want to target them? They don't want to be targeted because they've already got bad PR from various things. So that's what they've expressed to us. But we want to have a mechanism where it isn't the data center fee, it is the impact fee for any industry that comes in. So it applies to whether it's a paper mill that goes out by Carpenter and somehow is buying water from us or whatever the case may be. We want to have a process in place that we can establish an impact fee to whoever comes in, whether it's a data center, manufacturing, whatever it is, if it's appropriate. So we've got to develop that policy and procedure.
And I think too that there's a evidence that there's benefit to Cheyenne. I mean, politically, we're not pushing back against them. There's benefits to the city in terms of revenue. There's potential for jobs, whether they be temporary on the construction side or long-term operation of the facility. So it's a complicated web of balancing the benefits overall and making sure that there's not detrimental impact to our ratepayers mostly. So it is finding that balance of what's the right amount, how much do you push back, how much do you stay open for business?
I have a question, and coming from a county perspective on this, has anyone considered possibly doing what you might call an industrial zone? I know we're finding more and more inquiries in the county as far as putting data centers out in the county area. Perhaps it would help Boku if there was an industrial zone where these data centers could actually be more concentrated in one area. And it might be something that the city and the county need to work together on. They're coming whether we like it or not. I think the biggest complaint I hear is that ag land is coming out of production for these, massive buildings, plus the water issue. But is that an option? Has it been considered? I was looking at the map of where you were saying your sewerable boundaries, so to speak, are, and the cost of the infrastructure to complete the loops and such in there. Would an industrial zoning area for data centers, be appropriate?
So the question, would an industrial zoning area for data centers be appropriate? Yeah, I think that for the most part is kind of the approach that has been taken already. I think the caveat to that might be is they're creating new zones in the places they want to go. So what they're actually using is a business park zone. Is that what it's called? The property zone? So, and that allows a lot of benefits for them in terms of different development codes, rules, industrial siting. There's lots of things that by going into one of these business park zones, it makes the process for them a lot easier to get through. So I think that there is that to me is really what I was trying to get to in terms of how we land plan as well as water plan is, what do we want to use that land for? Where do we want to stop the expansion of these business park zones so that we have the land to do the other things, the residential or the community areas or whatever it may be that the citizens of Cheyenne want.
Mixed business. Yeah.
Business in general.
The only issue is that this is going to start impacting the rural residents, and that's the concern that I have.
Yeah, we are.
We're very aware that there's some impacts.
We're saying the rules that we have in terms of impact to residential areas next to these data centers may not quite be enough. Based on what we've seen in the past and the impacts that they have and the things we look at and how are they impacted, is there more we need to do? Is there different things that we need to do? Do we need to look at them from a different lens to make sure that we are minimizing that impact? Because I agree with you. Personally, for me, that's a concern as well.
Yes, sir.
Has it been? Has it been talked about maybe the possibility of floating like a minimum usage for whether it's a data center coming in or any otherwise business to say, hey, if you move in here, we're going to require minimum usage? Or is that, I don't know, kind of punching a little bit with it less here, but just a floating idea.
So the question is, have we looked at having a minimum bill they have to pay, if they're a data center, whatever? That's kind of the concept of the impact fee. We've got to finish vetting it. It's a concept that's come in the last 2 months, and we've got to figure it out. Okay, with that, I think I'll turn it over to Mr. Bulow. You want any introductions?
Absolutely. So that was a good lead into what the last few presentations are about today. So we've been talking about water use and water conservation. So the last two are, I'll introduce him, is Dale Lee. He is the Southeast Water and Wastewater District Engineer. He's going to talk about gray water for us. That is one thing that we don't really touch on here at BOPU. So he so graciously drove down from Sheridan to be with us this morning. And then you get to hear me at the very end of this talk about wastewater. So with that, Mr. Lee, go ahead.
All right, thank you. One correction, I'm the Central District Engineer for wastewater. Real quickly, we're just going to talk about gray water and how it's going to tie in nicely with what the theme of here this morning is with conservation. Here's just a real quick overview of what I'm going to talk about. Let's go on, try to get the schedule moving a little faster. What's new? This impacts the Southeast District, so I thought I'd bring it in. Dennis Lewis, if anybody remembers him, he was my counterpart down here in the Southeast. He retired late last year. We finally have hired a new engineer, Braden Hyde. Feel free to give Braden a call. He's got the same phone number and actually the same cubicle as Dennis had. Braden will be making his way out into the community, introducing himself, putting a face to a name. He's going to try to do that this summer. Right now, everything's coming at him pretty fast and wet, so That's the reason I was brought down from Sheridan. As you can see, there's my district. It's in yellow, and I'm based out of Sheridan. All right, let's talk about gray water. What are some of the advantages since we're talking about conservation? The first one, reduce potable water use. I'm going to put an asterisk with here. Yes, it can reduce your potable water use, but if it's your goal to reduce your water bill, you got to be careful with the design because you can get carried away, and any net savings you thought you were going to get, you're going to burn in power and cost of installation. Reduces, and again, unfortunately, this rule was really written for county applications, so not so much in the city, and I'll get into the rules here shortly. It'll reduce the strain on a septic system. So if you got a septic system that's starting to see the end of its life, install a gray water system now, your field is going to start to recover and you can extend the life of it. Gray water, we can increase the groundwater recharge. The top 12 inches, 18 inches of soil is a really effective, has a real good ability to purify this water and clean it up. It also increases the nutrients going on in the plants. And it also can be used in parts of Wyoming where you've got really slow, bad percolation rates. And you'll see an example here later on how that works. Hands down, the most common use we see at DEQ is people with a recreational cabin or a summer home that they installed a holding tank, and then they started getting the bill to have that holding tank pumped out. And most of them are nowhere close to a city, so it gets rather expensive. So they look to reduce the amount of wastewater that's going into that holding tank. So gray water system's a great option there. And then we're seeing a lot more environmentally conscious people who want to go with incinerator or composting toilets. This is mostly up in the northwest portion of the state, up near Cody. We see a lot of these comment or requests. So if you install that, how are you going to handle your sink? Because everyone wants, modern conveniences. So that's where a gray water system comes in pretty handy. Regulatory history. I'm a regulator, so I got to throw this in here. We've been regulating water and wastewater since 1921 here in Wyoming with the Department of Health. Back in 1973, the state legislature created DEQ, and the Sanitary Engineering Service portion of the Department of Health formed what we now know today as DEQ. And if you're looking for some really fun light reading, we can be found in Title 35 of the state statute. That's enough of that. Let's jump up to today. Gray water, you can find it in our chapter 25, section 17. Now, chapter 25 is our small wastewater system. That's the septic system rules. In that rule, you're going to see that we consider gray water a permit by rule. And what that means is it's codified in the rules, and therefore you don't need a permit. All you have to do is notify us with a notice of intent. And that's just a who, what, where, and how much water you're going to you want to use. But unfortunately, it gets far more complicated. Each county rule may differ because we have delegated chapter 25 to 19 of the 23 counties here in Wyoming. Down here in the southeast, you got Carbon and Platte, but also Niobrara and Weston counties. They do all their septic permitting through the DEQ. So let's talk about the two biggest counties down here, Laramie and Albany. They have completely different approaches to gray water. Laramie, in the rules, their wastewater rules, they've taken section 17 and then just stripped out the permit by rule, stripped out the notification. Therefore, it's just like their standard septic permit. So if you want to get a gray water permit, you're basically following the same rules for their black water. Now, Albany County, and anybody from Albany County, feel free to correct me because this is not my district. Albany County rules don't even really discuss gray water. I couldn't even find it. So they have a paragraph in there that says anything that they don't permit or is not, they don't permit is therefore permitted by DEQ. So my understanding of the rule would be that you'd have to come to DEQ to get your permit. Other counties, most counties are somewhere in between those two extremes. You're either going to have, you're following this exact same permitting process for a septic system, or they're just not even going to touch it and come talk to DEQ. Now let's even further complicate this. These delegation agreements exclude city limits. So the city of Cheyenne, Laramie County has, their rules have no impact on anything that occurs. So if anybody in the city wants to do the gray water system, chapter 25 still applies because it's statewide. You'd have to come to DEQ and get yourself a gray water permit. So if you want to do that, just contact, in this case, Braden Hyde down here, and he can walk you through this process. So what is gray water? Chapter 25 has a nice little definition up there for it. I'm not going to read it. Basically, anything that's unhealthy that comes from bodily waste or any processes, chemicals, stuff like that, cannot be sent to a gray water system. So basically, you're limited to your bathtubs, your showers, your wash basins, clothes washing machines, that kind of stuff. But it seems like it's a real good definition, but unfortunately, it's not. Here's just in the last year, these are the most common requests I've received, and whether or not it is a gray water or not. Reverse osmosis brine. So cleaning up your water, the brine water that comes off that. Right now, my interpretation would be, yes, this is a gray water. However, and we'll talk about this later, got to be careful what you do with it, where it goes. Pet grooming wastewater. That's very much similar to a human taking a bath. Yes, we would consider that gray water. Just make sure you get your fur removed before it works its way out into your landscape or wherever you're going to dump it. RV tanks. Most RVs have a black water and a gray water tank. Most modern ones do. Yes, we would consider the gray water tank as gray water. However, and we'll discuss this in the rules when we get there, you can't just dump it on the side of the road or at a campsite or down that Forest Service road, just crack the valve open like you see some people do. That is not acceptable. Clinics, human and veterinarian, especially if the clinic has any surgical abilities, these would be a hard no. They are not gray water, just because due to the risk of blood or any other contaminants making their way out of the system. So there, we just default saying no. Slaughterhouses, butcher, wastewater, these are going to be a high strength wastewater, and so that's going to be a no. We don't want that. We want to keep that separate from a gray water system. And then final one, car wash. On the surface, sounds like, yeah, it should be gray water, but it's not, because you've got chemicals, fuels, hydrocarbons coming off the vehicles when you wash them. So that one's a no. And if you want to inject any of these, so you would say these are, again, county applications with septic systems, all three of these last ones would be permitted by our UIC program, as underground injection control, and not through a county permit. All right, let's jump into section 17. Here's some of the basic restrictions. This first one ties in with the RV. It needs to be disposed of on your property. You can't put it to your neighbor's place. You can't send it to the local park. It has to be placed on your own property. The next one's pretty obvious. No ponding, no runoff. You want to keep it kind of contained. Cannot come in contact with surface water or groundwater. If it comes in surface water, our friends at Whipkeys will give you a call. If it goes to groundwater, underground groundwater program would be upset. And again, can't contact surface water. You don't want to be down into the floodplain. So nothing within the 100-year floodplain. We limit it to 2,000 gallons bay. I don't know, not sure where that number come from, but that's what the rule is. Next one is the food crops. You should, and unfortunately, I don't know how this got past the Attorney General's office, this regulation. There's two instances in here where we use the word should. As a regulator, that has zero teeth. It's just, it's a worthless statement, but it's in there. So basically, you should not harvest your food for more than 30 days. Again, we're in Wyoming, so if you're going to use it year round, you got to have freeze protection. So you need to think about where the water's going. And the last one is odor control. If somebody can stand at your property line and they smell what you're cooking, yeah, they can contact the air program. They've got a little device. It's a sniffer, an odor sniffer. And if they find an odor, they will send you a nice lovely letter. Estimating groundwater. Again, this regulation again was written more for residential uses. It follows a very similar calculation philosophy as our wastewater or black water, in that we base it on the number of bedrooms. So 1 bedroom equals 2 occupants. So if you're gonna send this to the shower, bathtub, and wash basins, that's gonna be, you got a 1 bedroom house, there's 50 gallons, that's 25 times 2. If you got a 4 bedroom, do the math. And if you're gonna have a laundry in your house, again, based on the number of bedrooms. Residential or non-residential, this is where it gets interesting. Most of these applications we see are going to be from an engineer, so we just rely on judgment calls. So they have to present an argument why they think their wastewater flows are correct. Chapter 25, Table 2 provides some possible uses. Again, that's for black water, but you could use it for gray water if that's if it's applicable. And of course, our friends at the International Plumbing code. They've got fixture units. You can use those, but those are very, very conservative. So if you're designing a gray water system where you actually need the volume of water, I would not use this because you're never going to see that volume. It's going to fall short. Configuration. We have some basic configuration requirements in our rules. It must still have a connection to the black water system. So if your system, you don't want to operate it during winter, you have to have the ability to shunt it back to the black water system, or some reason your gray water system fails, you've got to have that ability. You'll see this in an example I got. You need a diverter valve, and you've got to prevent it from having a backflow. You don't want your black water making its way into your gray water system. And then here comes our next famous should. You should disinfect the water before you place it on the land. So again, should has no value as far as I'm concerned. I don't think I've ever seen anybody try to chlorinate or disinfect their gray water. We have some basic setback requirements, again, for the odor portion. So 30 feet from the property line, 30 feet from surface water. And yes, an irrigation ditch is considered surface water bias. So keep that in mind. Then also you want it at least 100 feet away from your potable water well. All right, common mistakes. The first, and this is probably the biggest, everybody assumes, oh, it's simple. It's just gray water. That's not true. And unfortunately, we don't require you to have a PE to do a gray water system. So, think about what you're doing. There are some serious side effects that can occur if you're not careful. Design out of context. And that was where I was talking about earlier about, yes, you can see some savings, but if you design a gray water system for a 6-bedroom house, and again, you're probably never going to recoup those. And again, over reliance on pumps is a common mistake with these things. So it's, again, make the design fit what you're actually wanting to achieve. Next one, ignoring legitimate public health concerns. You don't want to come in direct contact with this gray water. You don't want inhalation of microorganisms, and that's going to come from sprinkling it. So you got to be careful. Don't send this out to a little sprinkler system. Chemical contamination, and of course, system overload. I got an example of what you're going to see that here shortly. First major red flag we always look for is a holding tank. Holding tanks are awesome if you keep them empty. After about 24 hours, per the International Plumbing Code, that's the number they set, gray water can turn septic on you. Once it goes septic, you can't send it out onto the land. You need to send it to your black water system. Now, there is one exception in here, and this is some common sense. I know, coming from a regulator, common sense. Geez, here we go. Brine wastewater. And this came up just a couple weeks ago. Somebody they got a large brine or RO, reverse osmosis brine system. And that's all it's going to be. If you got a holding tank and that's all you're going to send is that brine water to it, you're fine, because that water is it's got a fairly high pH and it's salty as heck, and not much is going to grow in it, so you don't have to worry about it turning septic. So that's kind of one exception to that rule. So here's some more common errors and mistakes. Again, discharging to a hard landscape, and that's going to an issue if you want to do this in the city, because if it hits a hard landscape, where's that water going to go? Well, it's going to go to a storm drain, which is going to go to the creek, which comes in contact with surface water. So that's a no-no. Applying gray water to residential lawns. This one is, I caution people, don't ever do the sprinkle in inhalation, but if you want to do it subsurface. A drip system underground would work much better. And again, think about the volumes here. You use quite a bit of water just to irrigate your lawn. Don't think that you're going to take that many showers, you got that much cook prep or whatever, or do that much laundry that you're going to be able to actually take care of your lawn. So just keep that in mind. Using it for vegetable gardens, again, we have that 30-day limit, shouldn't do it. Again, volume could be an issue, just depends on how big your vegetable garden is. Applying gray water to the wrong type of vegetation. Now this steps in also with the brine RO. Think about, can the plant species actually thrive in that environment? Are you going to make your significant other extremely mad because you just killed the flower bed? Certain plants, like I've got hydrangeas, they don't like, they like an acidic soil. This, they would not do well. They would probably die if you sent a lot of gray water out there. So think about the species you're planting. What are you trying to water, and can it handle the gray water? And then one of the most common things people think is, oh, I got a washing machine. I'm just going to slap a garden hose on it, run it out the window and out onto the landscape. Yeah, that's going to work probably once. If the hose kinks up, you're going to burn your pump up. If you don't have any backflow prevention, it's going to pump out and then pump right back in, fill up your bowl full of water, and now your clothes are still soggy. And if you're really unfortunate, you're going to draw some bad water from outside, and it's really going to make your clothes stink. All right, here's some design notes. Let's move on to this. These all really based on the same common theme in here, is that gray water is going to have suspended solids. You're going to have chunks of food, chunks of stuff. If you're, you know, if you got, unless you like, you got brine water, but most of them are going to have some kind of chunks in there. And if you put a U shape or a P trap, it's just going to settle in the bottom, and eventually it's going to plug it up. The next one here, cheap valves and pumps. You cannot go to Home Depot, walk down the plumbing section and buy a valve and buy a pump, because guess what? All that's designed for water, clean potable water. You start running this stuff through it, and it's not going to last long. It's going to fail pretty quickly. So resist temptation. Especially if you're going to have a pump, get a pump that's rated for sewage that can handle the bigger chunks and handle the harsher environment. These last four, again, think about it. They've got chunks of stuff in the water. Any filters is going to plug up real fast. You're going to be constantly, frequently cleaning your filters. Your soaker hose, your corrugated pipes, your drip irrigation, they got little tiny holes. Those are all just going to fill up and stop working pretty quickly, and you're just going to get frustrated with it. All right, real world examples. Yes, in Wyoming, we have those. Not so much down here in the southeast part of the state, but up in the northeast, we've got several communities of Amish. And if you're not familiar with the Amish, they've got an aversion to indoor plumbing. So in the very far photo on the left, that little arrow pointing there, that's where the pipe came out of the house, and it just went in this little draw and it just stopped. That dark color there, that's all stagnant. It's turned septic. The investigator, you see his photo there, or a shadow on the photo, said you could smell it. It smelled horrible. And just before he took that photo, all their free range chickens were down in there pecking away, finding food and living on that. So I don't know if I don't think I'd want to eat those eggs or those chickens. The middle photo, their arrow pointing down, that's where it came out of the house. It just simply, they stopped it right there. All that green grass is because of their gray water. And then the inspector took a step back and encircled there. There's a dead animal. It's decomposing. That is mixing with this gray water. And then the kids are playing in it. The farm animals, the livestock, are just all running through this. So they're contaminating themselves. So real world examples of things you don't want to do. And this is why you don't want to do it. All right, let's move on to the good stuff, talking about what you want to do on design. We don't have any rules on the collection pipe. So you got your sink, your bathtub, all this coming together and going outside. On black water, it has to be 4-inch. In gray water, we don't have any rules. So in this case, bigger is not necessarily better. In this example, you're going to see 3 different sizes of pipe, same amount of water is flowing down them. And the big diameter, it spreads out the water. The particles are not they're probably not even completely covered with water. They don't move. They get stuck and create log jams. As you shrink up the pipe size, that water moves up because it doesn't have as far to extend out. So as you can see, if you get the right size of pipe, you can get all your particulates to move down. International Plumbing Code, they recommend 2-inch, and most of them I've seen have been 2 or 1.5 inches. So it just depends on how big of a house and how much stuff you're moving. And again, do somebody a favor in the future, use purple pipe or something to distinguish it from your water and your regular sewer. All right, surface application. Here's probably going to be most common here within the city limits. You got a tree and you're going to dig out a little bed. You can see it kind of drops down here, and then you can fill it with rock or mulch. Our preference is mulch. But if you do gravel, you can. It looks aesthetically pleasing. Just understand that it's not going to improve your infiltration. It's gonna clog because you got chunks of stuff floating around. There's dirt and everything else. And then that, if you don't put a separation fabric down, that rock's gonna press down into the soil. And then you just have to dig it all up and stir it up and get it cleaned out. Wood chips, that's probably a much better option. Aesthetically, it looks better, but it's gonna provide nutrients. It's going to decompose and it's gonna create some really nice compost for you later. So you can repurpose it. Here's another typical example, and this is going to cover all the things we discussed on the rules. In this example, we got a pump machine pump up. It's going to come up. And here's that diverter valve we talked about. You got to have one of those. It can come this way, drop down that black pipe. That is your black water system. Or if you flip the valve and send it to the right, it'll come over and drop down. Up high, you have to have this. That is a check valve. So when the water hits that, the check valve closes. And then when the pump shuts down, that check valve releases and then air is drawn in through the cane, coming down. So you don't have any siphoning effect. In this example, they also put a double check valve down below, just anything from getting siphoned back up. And then down below where you're discharging, in this example, these two examples, they're using large diameter hose bit tees. So that's at least a 1/4 inch. So there's not small holes where stuff are going to get stuck into it. And then if you want to get real fancy and control these, where you're disposing of the water, you can put valves in. This is that drip irrigation pipe. Just don't put the little tiny emitters at the end. Have a little larger hole unless it blasts out. All right. See. Oh, and if your goal is you just don't care, you just want to get rid of the gray water, you don't care about any environmental effects of growing plants or improving your landscape, then you can just treat it, and essentially you're treating it just like a septic system. We don't have any rules on this, but the International Plumbing Code does, and they basically parallel our rules and we follow these. The only real difference is if you look there, it talks about infiltrative or loading capacity. That's a little bit higher loading than we normally allow for black water, but that's perfectly fine. So if your goal is just simply to get rid of the gray water, there are rules and it's pretty straightforward and simple. All right, if you're looking for a great resource here, if you're really interested in this, Art Ludwig's site, oasisdesign.net, this guy's got a tremendous amount of information. Some of these examples I pulled from his website. He addresses all kinds of questions, and now some of it is more geared to warmer climates where you don't have freezing problems. But again, he does have examples for that would fit for Wyoming. He's got books and videos, and I think you can find him on YouTube. So great source. If you're really interested, if you've got people that want to pursue that, I highly encourage it. I got to throw this in, shameless plug. We are hiring an engineer at DEQ. We're looking for just somebody with an engineering degree. Parents, if you got a student who's graduating this spring with an engineering degree, and we don't care, civil, environmental, I'm a mechanical, chemical, petroleum, apply for it now. We're definitely trying to hire somebody. It's a great position to have. You see a diverse level of projects that will come through the door. And the location of it, you can be in Cheyenne, Casper, or Sheridan. So we are opening it up as much as we can to the state. So if you know anybody that's interested, hop onto our website and sign up. All right, any questions? Kind of try to get through this as best I could. Yeah, there are no stupid questions. I mean, if somebody asked that in a meeting, I've set the bar nice and low.
Very important.
All right, not rainwater, so maybe you'll be able to answer it.
Sure.
Rainwater. I understand that we don't have any regulations that prevent anything from being collected, gutters and whatnot. I have yet to find a container that will sustain our winters. Do you have recommendations for something like that, or just put it away when it gets cold?
If you're gonna go plastic, but when it's cold, you want something big on your pocket, you set something like that. I'm sure Block Concrete products right here in town with precast or something.
And then anything that is being pushed for that maybe to, obviously more residential, but any conversation that is surrounding that to help with any kind of conservation processes.
Again, most of what we're seeing is just individuals trying to improve their environmental footprint. So I mean, it's the individual homeowner or cabin owner that's basically doing, we haven't had any real big efforts for conservation. It's just there. Sorry.
Is there any policy or push to see some of the larger, like business centers, industrial, whatever, utilizing something like that?
Fortunately, we are a reactive agency. I don't have any authority to do that unless the legislature changes and adds that ability. So no, we just couldn't say it. We can suggest it, recommend it. And we do that when we see permits like for the data center, we see things like that. You'll see it. We'll ask, hey, did you consider? Ask them to think about it. A lot of times the engineers will pick up on it, though. That's a good idea to do it.
All right, good deal. Appreciate that. See if this works here. We're not taking a break. Sorry, guys. All right, so with that, everyone that knows me in here, I do love the gap. So I'm trying to be mindful of everybody's time. If you guys need to leave it, talking about my feelings. But why are we looking at wastewater? I mean, we're talking about water, we're talking about our uses, trying to conserve, trying to find the big customers. What about wastewater? Why are we sitting here talking about wastewater? Well, one balance to talk about it. Second one is why we're using water, we're letting a lot go down the creek. Why not reuse as much possible as we can? So real quick, and I apologize, guys. There is my contact information at the end of this. If you would like a full-blown tour of the water reclamation facilities, please give me a shout. We have a lot of tours. I'm going to fly through the water reclamation tour itself to get to the reuse portion and then get into what we're kind of getting up against. So with that, we own and operate 2 water reclamation facilities. We own Crow Creek water reclamation facility just south of Peterbilt on South Industrial Drive. If you guys know where that is. And then our bigger facilities over at Dry Creek, right across the street from Murphy Ranch, just to the west. I won't go into the nitty gritty of it. Like I said, design capacity of Crow Creek is 6.5 MGD. The design capacity of Dry Creek is 10.5 MGD. We're about half capacity on both of that. That is a very good point coming up in the slides to remembering that. There's no quiz at the end of this, so you guys can leave without a quiz. History of Dry Creek Water Rec was built in 1974, completed in 1974. Had a lot of upgrades since then. Originally it was an extended day basin. Most recent expansion was early 2000s. We did both the Crow Creek facility and the Dry Creek facility. We have 2 of the leading edge technologies for these facilities. We have an MBR Crow Creek, which is a moving bed biofuel reactor, and at Dry Creek we have an IFAS, which is integrated fixed film activated sludge. Big fancy words for their little plastic media in there, which you guys see are coming up soon. Little plastic media inside of it that allows the little microbes to get in there. They grow on it, and that's what actually treats the wastewater of our facilities. So with that, step by step, like I said, I'm not going to read this. I'm just going to blow through this stuff. This is the tour. So we have certain steps within the tour. Everything is gravity fed except for one part, and this is the headwork portion at both of our facilities. You have to bring the wastewater into our plants. That's what we call the headwork. So at Crow Creek, we have big centrifugal pumps. And at Dry Creek, we utilize screw pumps. So if you guys remember back to high school, big Archimedes screw, that's what we utilize at Dry Creek. That leads us into the influence screw pumps. Each screw pump is rated for 7.2 MGD. We do run one all the time. Anyone in here ever heard of Frontier Days? Nobody? We've got a thing called Frontier Days here. Frontier Days, we usually kick 2 of these on. Super Bowl flush. This is what you guys want to talk about for lunch, isn't it? Super Bowl flush. We see the Super Bowl flush come in. You kick on 2 screw pumps just because of the increased flow that comes into our facilities. So there's a picture of our screw pumps at our Dry Creek facility. Like I said, it's just a big Archimedes screw. That does bring up a lot of stuff. Brings up a lot of stuff that you don't want. They are very robust. We've had cinder blocks come in, asphalt, 6-foot T-posts. If you guys come out to my office, it's sitting in my corner. 6-foot T-posts came up that. Like I said, they're very good, very robust, but they do bring up a lot of stuff. From headworks, we go into what we call the pre-treatment or preliminary treatment. You guys have seen the board talk about don't flush wipes, please. Don't flush flushable wipes, even though they say flushable wipes. Main reason of the pre-treatment is it's going to get all your big debris out of the waste stream, so your flush wipes are flushable. Your ramen package, your handy wipes, all the big debris that's coming in, we gotta get that out of the system so we can actually treat it. After that, we have our wash compressors. We actually wash it up, compress it, and then send that out to the landfill. And then from that, we actually do remove the grit. So we don't want that grit going into our clarifiers, getting into our pumps, destroying our pumps with all the grit inside of it. There are our step screens. We have 2 of them. If you're appropriate, look identical. All that is just, we have a fixed lamella and moving lamella. All that's going to do is just bring the large debris up, get washed, and then get thrown away into the trash that goes out to the landfill. That's what you guys want to see for lunch. The grid system here, like I said, we're just gonna slow the velocity of the water down, so everything, you know, your kids are outside playing, they come inside and take a shower, all your grid, all your waste materials want to get out of the system or go into our pumps. From there, we go into our primary clarification. That's our 3rd step. What that is, we're gonna slow the velocity of water down even further. We're gonna let everything that floats float, everything that's heavy sink. Everything that floats usually is your fog, your fast flowing greases. Within Water Rec, we have Vicki Dowdy back there. She's our compliance supervisor. She oversees our RVP program on our biosolids. A lot of it is what we call fog, fat, oil, and greases. So during Thanksgiving, we do see an increase in grease coming into the plant because people are cooking their turkeys, pouring it down the sink, and then we're seeing that come to our plants. So that's usually what flows on the top of our primary clarifiers. Everything that settles is everything that you think it is. Primary treatment, we have sludge pumps. Just kind of going over a little bit more primary clarification. There's a picture of a primary clarifier. Secondary treatment, so this is kind of where we differ from, well, not always water treatment plant, but like with our IFAS and APPR, we have our denitrification and our nitrification process. So that's what starts our secondary treatment. We have anoxic basins. Inside those anoxic basins, we have mixers. Then we have research pumps and RFPs. You guys probably won't much. Anoxic basins, what that is, just our denitrification process. We're actually going to take our nitrates, convert it to nitrites, and then off gas that as nitrogen gas. From anoxic basins, there's a picture of one sitting right there. There are floating mixers. The stuff floating around, that's not what you think it is. That is just our residual, and that is the actual nitrogen gas. Kind of coagulating with our polymers, just super blue of wastewater, and that's what's going around the mixers there. From there, we go into our IFAS systems. Like I said, that's the big word for 2 basins that you don't want to fall into. I don't care if it might fall or not. I know it's not morbid, but if you were to fall into it, you would sink like a rock to the bottom. Reason being is there's so much air to water ratio, your buoyancy is 0. If you were to fall in, we'd have to shut off the pumps, and we take safety very seriously and make sure that nobody's around those. What this is doing is leaving enough environment for the bugs to age wastewater that comes in to thrive and survive, so they can actually treat for the wastewater treatment throughout the rest of the plant. There's a definition of IFAS. Like I said, it's just a whole bunch of media inside the tank, and that's what's actually the wastewater treated. There's a picture of IFAS basins. One's a rectangle, one's a circle. The one up top, so number 1, number 2 is on the bottom. The first reactor, so the reactor's on the other side of the wall. This is what actually treats our BOD, and this is what actually treats our ammonia. This is a picture of the media. So we have billions of these little pinwheels throughout the IFAS system. What these do, like I said, is just gives a surface area for the microbes to attach to. That's what's actually doing the work. We're just creating the environment for them to live and thrive. Blowers, how we produce so much air in the basins. We have these big blowers in here, and that's what actually pushes out there. Quick question, and I think Jeff and John didn't know the answer. How much do you guys think our monthly electrical bill is out here? Want to take a guess? How much? Our last month was $48,000. So $48,000 a month just on electrical, just at Dry Creek. Similar appropriate. Money hungry, the power hungry process is the aeration blowers. Each time for our blowers $1,000. There's a picture of our blowers. That's a picture of our Dry Creek. So it's not all of them, but we have 5 250 horsepower blowers. Like I said, electrical costs are about $100,000 a month for the 2 plants. Secondary clarifiers, same idea as a primary clarifier. Everything light is going to float, everything heavy is going to sink. The difference is everything's going to float. It's actually a different kind of substance. That's what we call just our scum. We're seeing scum off. We can go back to headworks and stuff that goes to the bottom. We have 2 options. We have a RAS and WAS. RAS is our return activated sludge. WAS is our waste activated sludge. Those are key to either getting rid of the solids that are in the system as WAS, waste activated, or return activated sludge, and that is what it's a layman term is old bugs with new bugs. So if we get hit with a slug load from an industrial user, we have old bugs to kind of teach the new bugs what to do with the process. So that's where our RAS comes in at. some more secondary, and then disinfection. We all like our beards out of Dry Creek, so we don't have SCBA's certified. Most treatment plants are switching to UV systems, so if you go out there, we have 240 UV bulbs in one channel, and the same in the other. So we have a total of 480 UV bulbs that we use to disinfect. It's a lot safer for our operators, and it's a lot safer for the environment. What we're doing is rendering the bugs, if there is any bacteria in there, bringing them in there. That way, if they get to the creek, they're not going to find a host and something to basically thrive on and infect them. A little bit more on UV. This is a picture of us discharging into our Crow Creek. Crow Creek directly discharges into Crow, Dry Creek into Dry, but they all eventually end up in the Crow and then into the South Platte. So solids handling, I was going to contemplate taking this out, but I left it in. Reason being is, so what do we do with all the solids? Water goes through the process. I think I just ran along with you guys. What do we do with the solids? Most of you know Cheyenne doesn't have soil. We have dirt or clay. So what do we do with the biosolids? Is it is a very good soil amendment. So the solids actually will settle out in the clarifiers, either be returned as sludge or wasted. The stuff that is wasted is going to go into a rotary drum thickener. What that's going to do is just going to add some polymer. What that is just, I always call it the super glue of the wastewater. It's going to attach all the particulates together, stick it together, and then the solids are called cake. I know it's right for lunch here, we're talking about cake. It's going to settle out, go to the digesters, get heated, thicken the digesters in your stomachs, and be digested further. And then it's going to go into the secondary digester. From there, there's a picture of our primary. It's going to go from there into our dewatering. So we're going to thicken it and we're going to dewater it. So we do it with the dewater. Anyone in here familiar with Lorganite? Buy it at Lowe's, you can buy it. You know where it comes from, sir? There you go. It is Milwaukee's biosalt, actually. So what they do is they take it a step further than what we do. So we'll actually thicken it, send it to the two digesters. Then we're going to dewater it, and then we're going to take it into our drying beds, and then we have a biosalts coordinator. You can get into this big green tractor, you can turn it up, dry it further. Then we're going to put it out on our back for you. We're going to do modified 2 summers method through EPA. What that entails is we're going to test for intrinsic viruses, hemophilia, and fecal, or salmonella. If it passes that, it's considered Class A. So right now we have 0 Class A biosolids, we're giving it all the way. Right now we have a 5-year, 5,000 dry metric ton contract with a Western Nebraska farm and then a local farm here right off Campbell. So why do I talk about this as a water summit? Because if we use this for a soil amendment, it's less water you guys got to use. It's very good. We have it out of Dry Creek, so like I said, you guys come out bugging. Please come out bugging. You can leave the grass out there. Most of the grass out there is fertilized with our biosolids. Talk about some green grass that doesn't take a whole lot of water because stuff that has biosolids on it. Great fertilizer, and that's one reason that Lorganite uses it. These are the machines that we use to dewater. These are newer machines. All this is a big auger in there, spinning about 1.5 RPM. It's going to add some polymer to it. It has a glue. It's going to squeeze the water out of the sludge. The sludge is going to drop off. We're going to turn it into biosolids, and then the water is going to go back to the start of the plant. And there's a picture of our biosolids. From there, our biosolids, we're going to turn it, windrow it, and then it'll go out to back 40 for two summers patent. There's a cool picture. They did recognize all the operators. Both of our facilities are level 4 facilities. At both of them, same thing with water treatment plant. Requires all of us to go in and get a test that's nationwide. And that was the National Operators Week with a few of us from water treatment plant, O&M, and out of water rec. So that was a very, very quick tour of the water reclamation facility. I apologize. So reuse. So we have our Dry Creek facility, which I just ran us through. Crow Creek, like I said, about no pun intended, 2 miles as a Crow line or a Crow Creek facility. That is where we house a reuse facility. The trade-off is we don't handle any solids at the reuse facility, so anything that settles out in the primary, secondary clarifiers all comes over to Dry Creek. We handle it there. We have the same operators working at both, but just different processes at both facilities. So at Crow Creek, we're going to take the water that I showed you guys that would go to the creek. We're going to use that for beneficial use. So it's been around since the early 2000s. We actually finished it in 2007. If anyone in here is familiar with the purple pipe, besides the BOP folks, so yeah, purple pipe, that's what comes from the Crow Creek facility. We're actually going to take it a step further from discharging to the creek. We'll enter into a CTP pit. I'm getting ahead of myself. I got slides coming up, I promise. Go into a CTP pit. We're going to inject sodium hypochlorite to that. Same stuff that they use for a swimming pool. Sodium hypochlorite. We're going to inject it into that. We're going to send that up to another building. We're going to through a series of sand filters. We're going to inject sodium aluminum sulfate into that. We're coagulating. We're going to coagulate it through some sand filters, go down to a holding tank, and then from the holding tank, we're going to inject this more sodium hypochlorite and then send it up to Prairie View Golf Course. So if any of you have golfed at Prairie View Golf Course and seen that pond sitting there, that is actually our reuse holding tank is Prairie View Golf Course. So with that, this is our reuse system. All water is recycled, most by nature, some by the BOP. 1 gallon becomes 2. That's kind of why I wanted to talk about that today. We're sitting here talking about, you know, additional water, conserving. This is one thing that we're doing now and something that we can do in the future because our system is expandable. It's just getting sourced. Yeah, plan. So this is from our old board president, Mr. Denis, back in 1951, saying that he did about the story of water in the West. I can send that to you guys if you'd like. Here's an overview of our Crow Creek facility. I've lived here with the board raised in Cheyenne. I never knew this existed until I started working for the board. Like I said, we're right behind Peterbilt on South Industrial. So if you drive down there, that's things our plant doesn't smell. You know, when you go down the road, that's kind of cool to see. That's where we're at, right behind Peterbilt on South Industrial. So a quick overview of the reuse, what I just kind of talked to you guys about. So this right here would actually be where we go into the creek. When we're making reuse, we actually open up 2 valves, goes into a CTP pit. From a CTP pit, we're going to inject sodium hypochlorite. Like I said, it's going to sit in there until we need to make some more water. From there, we send it up to our filter building, inject sodium or aluminum sulfate in there, run it 2 series of sand filters into a splitter box, and then to our big tanks out there. The 2 tanks that will sit there until the city needs their VA or Parkway, North Park, irrigate all those areas with our reuse. From there, we'll send it up to Prairie View Golf Course, and then from there, the city actually takes over and irrigates those areas with our water. This is a really cool diagram. Like I said, if you guys want to, my contact information at the end if you want a tour. This is a really cool continuous backflow or backflow sand filter that we utilize. Kind of a cutting edge for the time for reuse. This is just cool to cut out exactly what's going in and how we filter water out in an influent pipe. That's the dirty water going in. They got that effluent pipe coming out. Picture of our splitter box, that is from 1947. Crow Creek was originally founded in 1947, so we utilize everything we possibly can. From there, we have the old trickling filter tanks. Those used to have a whole bunch of granite rock from the granite dam. We use that for our treatment process until the early 2000s, which was for ADR. We utilize that, rather than getting rid of it, we utilize that for a reuse holding tank. And then right there are our service pumps. That's pumps that will actually take it from Crow Creek and then send that up to Prairie View Golf Course. And then that way the city can take over and use it for whatever they need it for. Here's a quick snapshot of everything that we utilize reuse for and the way it leaves. So right here just references our Crow Creek Water Right Facility. South Industrial is just south of I-80. Burlington Trail, we cut up through there, and then this is Sun Valley, and then this goes all the way up through the east side of town. We do stuff out at Miller Field right off Evans and Pershing, and go as far north as North Park. So you're probably asking, what have you guys done? Have you guys reached out to anyone using this? We have. So Bryce and I, back in 2019, we did a reuse study. This is just kind of a quick overview of what they found doing part of the study, the engineering group that we used. Just kind of different parameters of the water, the TDS, the pH, the alkalinity, all of that. Just a quick snapshot of how good the water is. There were comments, I know back in the early 2000s of us, the water killing the trees, especially in the cemetery. Since then, to mitigate that, we do blend our reused water, 30% potable and 70% reuse, and then we would do that all at our Crow Creek facility. So really cool graph. And I know we talked about big users today. So this was, I know they're not here, but HollyFrontier, we have a really good relationship with HollyFrontier with CRDC. This is a graph that utilizes or kind of shows exactly our reuse use here. This is our Crow Creek effluent and our Dry Creek effluent. So this is the water that's going out to the creek. So all of this water is hitting the creek that we're not currently using at all. So all this water could potentially, if we had a big enough system and a big enough, demand for it, we could use that for reuse water. So this is 2019. So if you notice, reuse is just above 1 million gallons, maybe 1.5 MGD that we're utilizing. Crow Creek effluents just shy of 3 MGD, and then Dry Creek's, 5.5 MGD. So that's 2019. And then HollyFrontier decided to change their process. They went to a renewable diesel. And this is what it looks like. Just built this yesterday. So if you notice, Crow Creek was at 3 MGD discharging. We're closer to 1.9, 1.8. Reuse were 1.5. We're only producing about 0.9 of reuse. And then Crow Creek we're about 5, 5.5. We're only about 4.8. So what that's showing us is we still do have some water left on the table, so to say, that we could possibly use for reuse. But just getting the supply to Crow Creek and then being able to treat it and then find the right customer for that. Which leads us into what we did in 2019 as well. So we went out and looked. Does it work better if we went to basically toilet to tap, for lack of better terms? Water that goes through the creek, are we just gonna send it up to our shore treatment plant? Disinfected enough that we could use it for drinking water. We went that route, very expensive, trying to get a pipeline from our Crow Creek facility all the way up to our shore plant. We looked at the expansion, we looked at Poly Frontier back in their refinery. Found out that wasn't gonna work because of the salt content. That was one of the reasons that we did our blending back at Crow Creek. Because what we have is the TDS, the salt buildup, and it's called SARS, the sodium absorption ratio. That one we're from, they have to desalinate to flow. So we crossed that out. These other two are still something that we could potentially utilize in the future, but we don't know exactly what path we're gonna take. So this is kudos to Bryce. He put the Field of Dreams picture on here. So we build it, will they come? If we build a system bigger, we get more flow into Crow Creek. And that's one thing I keep saying. We can only produce as much reuse as wastewater comes into the plant. So if I only have 2 mgd of wastewater coming in, I can only produce 2 mgd of reuse coming in. So if we build it and get more flow into Crow Creek, can we get that customer in? Can we get the data center in? Can we get, you know, the person that doesn't need super clean water, but just needs it for, you know, processing water? If we build it big enough, will it come in? That'll offset everything that everyone's talked about today. Will it offset the needs that we have? It's kind of everything I just talked about. So in 2007, it does offset about 500 acre feet a year. We do consider it Class A. I don't know if Dale left already, but he talked about purple pipe. This is purple pipe. We consider it Class A. Reason it is Class A, it does have to meet the 2.2 CFUs or less on fecal. That way it can be irrigated at parks, athletic fields, cemeteries, schools, all that. We do have to meet all those requirements. So future outlook of water rec, the good, the bad, and the unknown. So like I said, we're about half capacity at the plants, 10.5 at Dry Creek, 6.5 at Crow. We're about three at Crow, and then 5 at Dry Creek, which is half capacity of flow. The reason that I bring this up is what we're bouncing up against right now is everybody's using less water, but there's still the same amount of solids in the water, same amount of stuff in the water, but the water coming in is less. So what that means for us is our BOD, what's biochemical oxygen and TSS, is actually reaching the 75%. Where EPA says, hey, you guys need to expand your plan and figure out something different. So at Dry Creek right now, we're currently about 71% on BOD and 72% on TSS. And then also we are running into a few times that we have violated our copper. We have big, thick WIPD's permits that we have to abide by that we can discharge to the creek. One of them is copper, and in the last couple of years, we have violated copper. We have our suspicions of where it's coming. We have done our due diligence as far as finding out where it's coming from, but it's figuring out what we can do to, you know, mitigate that, and they can still run business, and we can still run our business as well. The other thing is phosphorus. We are currently just only reporting phosphorus. PFAS, everyone has heard about PFAS. There are a few things, you know, surrounding states are doing as far as sampling everything for PFAS. Currently, right now, we're not doing anything yet as far as Wyoming. Nitrates is just reporting only, and then ammonia. We do see some higher ammonia coming in, but with advanced technology of our facilities, it does treat our ammonia down. Dry Creek usually comes in 30-35 mils. We're usually non-detect. Crow Creek's the same influence, but usually about 1.5. Yeah, no. All right. So combating plant issues, and kind of goes back to Bryce's map. What do we do as far as the percent? You know, the 71-72% of the plant issues. Do we do a plant expansion? Do we do a third water reclamation facility, or would that be? Like Bryce's map showed, we only have to do select areas that we could put a third wastewater plant. Quality nutrient issues, capability of emerging contact, contaminants. Everyone's heard, you know, we have contaminants coming into the wastewater treatment plant. Can our wastewater treatment plants treat it? And if we can, what's the aftermath that is going to our biosolids? Does it end up in the effluent, or do we just now allow them to let that company deal with it later on down the road? Aeration blowers, they do make different blowers. Like I said, we spend about $50,000 a month on electrical costs just for the blowers. There are different blowers out there that do cost less and they run better. Do we spend the money on doing that as well? Incineration for the biosolids, and then the pyrolysis. This goes back to the PFAS. With the beneficial use of biosolids, they have found trace amounts of, not here, we haven't tested for it, but trace amounts of PFAS in the biosolids. You don't want to put PFAS biosolids on your ag land and you're consuming the ag food off of that. So they do have different technology coming up. It's called pyrolysis. We looked into it, it's $80 million. What that is, you just burn your biosolids about 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. You make a biochar, and then it takes PFAS out of there, but that's something that we need to keep an eye on if that's where we go. And then additional reuse supply, you know, I've sent up here, we have all this water that's going to the creek that we could use for beneficial use. How do we get to it? Years ago, we looked at running a pipeline from our Dry Creek facility to Crow Creek facility. It was right around, what's that, 30 million, 20 million? And 10 million, there we go. Right, 30 million now, $10 million to run a pipeline from Dry Creek to Crow Creek. And then South Cheyenne's on there because right now currently South Cheyenne does discharge into a line that bypasses Crow Creek and goes right to Dry Creek. So that's something that we're looking at. It's the flow that you guys send us. You send it to Crow Creek, that's additional use and it's beneficial. I did it. All right. Questions? I'd like to love to give you guys tours if you guys want to come out and give a tour or get a tour. There's my name, email, phone number, give me a shout. Yeah, give you guys a tour. That was speed.
Matt,
Yeah.
can you quickly explain, are looking at the biogas, what we just found out on that? You know, you mentioned one of the things that are high energy costs. We have a way to solve that problem instantly.
Yeah, just Mr. Brooks asked, can I discuss what we're gonna do with the biogas? So if you guys drive by or Dry Creek, go that by there at dark, you'll see a big flame that should burn on the north side or kind of northwest side of our plant. What that is our biogas. So everything that's in the digesters, like I said, it's things in your stomach. It creates biogas. Right now, we're just flaring it all off. What we are currently looking at now, and it's in kind of a partnership with the city and the BOPU, is the mayor with city council is looking at either doing an RNG plant, so it's a renewable gas generation plant. What that would entail, if we take our biogas, it would be flaring off. We're gonna clean it up, we're gonna scrub it down, and then we'd send it back into a pipeline, either sell to, you know, like Black Hills Company or some other natural gas company, where they can use it for further future beneficial use. The other thing that we're looking at, they were actually approached us about 2 months ago. There's a company out there that is creating biogas generators. Really cool generator. They actually produce electricity off these generators from biogas. They can actually put 3 of these generators at our Dry Creek facility. It can actually supply enough power to our entire facility so that $50,000 a month goes away, and we actually sell back a little bit to the grid. Or all out, it's about 4.7 years. So that's what we're looking at as far as the biogas portion of it. And like Frank and Bryce talked about, you know, it's saving the rates to the customers. You know, I live here too, and that's the rate we pay the rates as well. If we could save that $50,000 a month or $100,000 a month for both plants, and we're basically paying for it out of our biogas, and we're just wasting away right now to the air. That makes sense.
And just so everybody knows, out in our water treatment as well, we've done the same thing. So water treatment, we don't have power bills because we use hydropower to power our facilities. It's just another thing we're doing to try to reduce those costs that we have. We reduce those, and that's saving money we can use for other things to do. It just makes sense. So just so you know, that's the way we're starting to try to get those things incorporated into our operations.
Questions?
Matt, I got one more on the reuse.
Yeah.
Is there any technology on the horizon that could improve the quality of our reused water? That would be affordable.
Right.
That would be applicable to our situation.
So Mr. Ellis, that's what I was asking, if there's any new technology on the horizon. So yeah, one thing that we've looked at right now, you know, water can then we UV disinfect, so no chemicals added. But then we add sodium chloride to it, and then we add aluminum sulfate to it and sodium chloride. One thing that I know we battle with is the salts. One thing that we've looked at is they do make inline UV disinfection. So when it's coming out of the pumps, you actually bolt in a flange, that's UV bank. That's what disinfects it rather than sodium chloride. So we looked at that. Yeah, what we're really looking at is reducing the salt content of reuse. So that would, in terms of doing that, it would reduce the salt content and it would basically stop us from using the blend. Because the blend is water that we could, you know, consume years as far as drinking water, but we're using it right now for use. So if we did UV disinfection rather than sodium chloride disinfection, we could stop blending and we could also cut down the sodium content of the reuse. So, good question. Anything else? Nothing. Everybody's hungry after watching a wastewater rotation. All right, sounds good. Thank you guys.
Thanks, man.
Okay, just wanted to wrap everything up. We're all done. I know that was a lot, but I think there was a lot of, you know, vital conversation. You got to hear from some key people in the state. You know, I really appreciate Brandon, his talk this morning. I mean, you guys got a first-rate overview of what's going on in the Colorado River. And I think it's important for you to hear that so you understand, you know, these problems that we're dealing with at the board are not, they may sound easy, but they're super, super complex. I mean, there's always different things, you know, we're trying to find additional water resources and we think we got something lined out and then we run into a little hurdle, you know. We are getting closer to getting those resolved, but I guess just walk away or takeaways from the day. I'd encourage that everybody, you know, maybe there's something today you can just think about that caught your attention, something you can do in your own organization, maybe something you want to research a little more, reach out to us, let us know. But I would hope that maybe you learned something today that maybe helps you. Scott, maybe there's something you learned today helps you operate South Cheyenne Water and Sewer District. You know, whatever it may be in the area. And, you know, we got guys that design stuff here. You see the problems. Let's start being creative in how we incorporate those into what we're doing, you know. So I would just encourage even our people that are here in operations, we're in it every day. Sometimes maybe we're too close to it. Step back a little bit. How can we do things differently? How can we be more creative? It's going to take all of us. I think that's the solution to it. It's not just BOPU. Okay, maybe we're responsible for operating, managing, maintaining it. We have an absolute fantastic staff that's very knowledgeable of what we're doing, but we can always and appreciate input from the outside. It's going to take partnerships, these unique partnerships like that Frank and Bryce talked about, you know, how we find water, you know, working with other industrial users and ag users that have senior rights, man. And we're developing some relationships. And I think that's how we're going to solve some of our water problems, but we've got to start entering into that. I think you saw the thing about, you know, the importance of land use planning, you know, vital. I think there's a lot more discussion and things we can do there at our level, city level, county level, state level of getting us all together to help, you know, improve how we can plan, how we develop the city of Cheyenne. I mean, we have some control over that. Really, we have a lot of control over that. So we want to do it in a way that's wise, smart, it makes sense. And then, you know, we talked about the ideal customer. I mean, that's kind of can be all over the board, but I think you heard enough to say, you know, like Bryce mentioned, we'd like that water user that just uses that amount, just like the refinery did, you know, over a year. That's one thing, but we can have somebody that uses a lot of water and then has no sewer. Well, we'd like to get somebody that has both because that really, you know, right now in operations, our sewer side has always been the weaker fund. We need to get more revenue on that sewer side. And we're getting rid of some debt this year. So that's going to free up quite a bit of money. So we're going to have a few more resources to do things, but always looking at, you know, those, what customers make the most sense, not only for the city, but for BOPU as well. And we're pretty good about looking through those. And there's people we've turned away that said, hey, you really don't fit what, you know, would be ideal for us. So just thinking about that. And then I think the other thing you saw with Brandon, you know, this voluntary conservation, anything we can do where we create more tools in the toolbox for how we handle our water problems is going to really be beneficial. State of Wyoming water law is very, very strict. It's but it's that way for a reason. I mean, water is super, super valuable. You guys can see that today. So our water laws are set up to protect those water users and those water rights. That being said, when we go in and talk with the SEO, Brandon, Chris, and they're very approachable, sometimes we got to do things like they did with this legislation of this voluntary conservation, providing more tools so that when we trying to find additional water resources, there's maybe some variances or things that can happen under certain conditions that allow us to use water maybe a little differently. Just flexibility. The more flexibility we have under certain specific situations, I'm not just say open across the board, those types of things are really going to help us solve these future water problems. So we appreciate working with those guys and them trying to be creative to create a solution that doesn't only help us in the upper basin, but is also a lower basin solution as well. Because when we all work together, that's the only way that we're going to solve these big issues. So hopefully everybody learned something today. You know, these are, I think, good. We've been doing this 3 years now. They're a little different each and every year. I think we learn things every year we do it. And of course, the conditions change, but we'll be definitely having this next March or April as well. Again, so be looking for that. We appreciate everybody's participation here today. And if you got any questions about today or anything you'd like to add or suggestions, fire them to me, you know, put them on our website or any of our media, you know, Facebook sites. Let us know your input. We'd appreciate it. But we appreciate everybody being here today and your time. And thank you, staff, for all your effort and putting in. And we just appreciate everybody taking a half a day out of their busy schedules. So thanks for coming and enjoy the rest of the day. Grab some goodies on your way out because there's still some back there. And thanks again for coming.